Welcome everybody. Today is September 23rd, 2014. This is the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado. Work session. And we're going into our afternoon agenda with a special events revision update. Cindy, Mike, and Alan are here.
Mike Kramer with Pickens County planning staff, and we are here to update the board about our special events code amendments process and potential revisions that we're looking to do. And through this memo, we'd like to get through a few items, and I'll discuss those in a minute here. But the background on this is that on June 18th of this year, the BOCC adopted a moratorium. And that moratorium was a prohibition on construction of temporary structures in the rural and remote zone district that didn't meet the land use code standards for size and height. And that moratorium is in effect today. It expires on March 18th of next year, 2015. And really the purpose of the moratorium, well, I'll back up and say it was precipitated obviously by a large private wedding on the backside of Little Annie's that was not required to receive a temporary commercial use or special event permit. And the purpose of the moratorium was really twofold. One was that we didn't want to allow any more temporary structures of the scale and size that we saw to be constructed during this moratorium period. So it halts that. And then second, it also allows staff to do some research and have some time to potentially amend the land use code so that we can appropriately address our special events and how we permit those in the county. So at the direction of the board, staff has been doing that. Cindy and our department have hired a consultant, Alan Richmond, who's sitting next to me, to begin researching what these other jurisdictions are doing and what these potential code amendments could look like. And that's really the scope of the process and the work. But what we're doing here today is to present to the board research into other communities and what they've done as far as standards, thresholds, and how their land use codes are set up to process special event permits. And in that, we also have an analysis that Alan's done of our land use code, what it currently says and what it means and how we actually process these permits. Alan's done the report. It's attached to the staff memo, the AIS. He's done a knockout job identifying different mountain communities in the West and how they're permitting and what standards they have and what thresholds they have. He's got a ton of information in there. And I don't want to talk too long, other than there's a few things that we want to get through. One is that this is an update to the Board of County Commissioners to tell them about the research we've done and to talk about our current land use code. Another is to then get an idea from the board with a discussion on how these land use code amendments could be administered, how they could be crafted, how we would want to see special events and temporary commercial uses processed in the county, and where these potentially could go to. And by that I mean these land use code amendments could apply to the rural remote zone district only. They could be county-wide regulations, they could be by caucus, or they could be by a combination of any of those things. We'd also like to hear feedback from the board if these should be standard-based land use code amendments for special events based on size, or if there should be some other type of intensity factor trying to identify what type of use is allowed or not allowed. And Alan will get into that in his report. So with that, that's all I have to say, Rob. And if you'd like, we could ask Alan to begin his presentation.
Just one quick question, just brought to mind a question when you mentioned caucuses, because all the caucuses are updating their master plans now, and I think staff has given some information to the caucuses to consider, but they probably don't have this information at this point.
No. If I could update real quickly, Cindy Hubin with Community Development. We're updating all the master plans for the neighborhood master plans. And also, we have mentioned several times at our caucus roundtables that we are going to be looking at special events regulations. And those caucuses that have been able to attend know that we're working on this, but we felt that we would take any information they wanted that we could incorporate into this today, although none of the caucuses were ready to give us anything. So in discussions with Alan and Mike, we think that once we have something a little more tangible, the caucuses will be better at responding. And so we'll try to get out what we can after this meeting.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
Alan, take it away.
Great. For the record, Alan Richmond, I am the field consultant on this project. So Mike has really teed up what I'd like to do here today very well. I think there are two parts really to what we're doing here. I will try in about 10 minutes, I think, to walk you through the highlights of the report. We've done these slides that I think allow us to kind of walk through the major points of the report in a relatively efficient manner. So I don't want to take large amounts of this work session time carrying you through it. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at the report that we've prepared. The main thing that we're trying to do in today's meeting is to have an interaction about, in essence, there are 4 decision areas that we've identified for you in the report that I've also highlighted in this slideshow, and that will allow us to have a discussion. And more than anything, this is a point in this effort that we need some decisions to be made, some policy direction to be given, so that we hopefully can move to the next step of the process, which is coming up with a draft of the regulations. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to run through that presentation. If you have questions along the way, please stop me. I know you like to have that sort of informal approach here in work sessions, and that's fine. If you want to let me run through the presentation and then we'll get into the interaction, that works for me as well. So beginning with this slide 1, the first thing that we did in this research, I started by obviously looking at Pickens County's adopted regulations before I started thinking about, what do other communities do and how does that compare to the county. I think it was pretty important to just get my arms around what the county's adopted regulations are. So you start by looking in Table 4.1 of the code, which is the use table, and that's where we list temporary commercial uses as an allowed use in all zone districts except the rural and remote zone district. The table also lists the section that you go to where the use-specific regulations for temporary commercial uses are found, and the use-specific regulations are, in essence, your temporary commercial use or your special event regulations. And those provisions, they're relatively brief and to the point. They tell us, first of all, that temporary commercial uses require the issuance of a temporary use permit, and that those permits can be issued administratively by the staff. There really isn't anything in the section itself about the administrative review process, but you have a separate section of the code that deals with administrative review, and of course that allows staff, if there's a particularly controversial decision, they can bump an administrative decision either to the hearing officer or to the Board of County Commissioners. So process-wise, administrative can be bumped up. Your regulations also tell us that they provide an exemption, and they provide an exemption for fundraising / non-commercial events for a nonprofit organization if the event occurs on private property that is the organization's permanent facility, if it's limited to a single day, and if it occurs not more than twice in a calendar year. So that's a specific exemption that's provided in that section. The temporary use regulations really don't give us a lot of guidance in terms of standards. We've identified here in items number 4 and number 5 the standards that are provided for review in that section. First of all, temporary structures must conform to the county's building codes, fire codes, and other codes. And secondly, there's a very broad statement in the code, and the term adequate provision is used. So an applicant has to make adequate provision for 4 things: public parking, site setup, maintenance and cleanup, public safety, and availability of emergency services. So that's really the extent of your standards in the code. And then there's one other section there that I haven't listed up here on my slide, and there's a paragraph in the code that deals specifically with photo shoots and film productions, and it basically says no permit if you have no more than 5 vehicles, 15 people, and 3 days in length for that activity. If you exceed those activities, and of course they have to be staged on private property, if you exceed those, then you got to get a permit. And it also says that activities involving a helicopter get referred to the board. So that's it. That's what the code provides for today. And having looked at what a lot of other communities are doing and knowing the way that we regulate things here in Pickens County, that's a pretty bare bones approach for this community in this particular area. So there are at least 3 areas of that regulation that are bare bones that could clearly be improved in this process. First of all, your applicability provisions. I find your applicability provisions to be more implicit than explicit. We list the name of this use as temporary commercial uses. So if we take the words literally, temporary commercial uses, you would say, well, then it doesn't apply to non-commercial events. But then we go on in the section to exempt non-commercial events of a nonprofit, but only if certain standards are met. So that would seem to suggest that if a non-commercial event of a nonprofit exceeds those limits, we actually do require a permit. So maybe the term commercial isn't as explicit as it means to be. What the code really doesn't do well is it doesn't address whether a permit's required for private events, such as a wedding or other private property. And that obviously is the loophole and the issue that you got into back in the spring. The answer appears to be no, based on what the regulations say, and in practice, clearly it has been no. The staff hasn't been requiring permits for private parties. But looking at other regulations, there's no question in my mind, we would be better served if we stated very clearly, this is what the regulation applies to, and this is what it doesn't apply to. So that's one way that we can improve upon the regulation. The second thing that the regulation doesn't do well is it doesn't contain either quantitative or specific review standards. So I mentioned this term adequate provision is used and listed the 3 or 4 areas where we do have standards, but that's bare bones. There are many other issues that come up when it comes to special events, amplified noise, lighting, fireworks. I even saw an email earlier this week about guns at a special event. So there are all sorts of potentially highly impactful activities that occur at special events that clearly the staff could benefit from having standards. And then scale and location. The regulations are not sensitive, or they don't differentiate between either small or large events. They don't differentiate if an event is close to Aspen or Snowmass Village versus something that's happening out in the rural area or even a remote portion of the county. The staff clearly takes those differences into account when it administers the regulations, but again, it would be helpful if the code provided standards that were sensitive to location, that spoke to the number of attendees, that spoke to vehicle trips, that talked about the duration and the timing event. Now, with that critique in mind, even though the regulations are limited, the way staff administers this process is anything but limited. I mean, you have a very thorough special events process that you run permits through. From the joint website that you run in conjunction with the city and with Snowmass, to a referral process that basically Mike is the leader of, where he's referring administrative permit applications out to an array of service providers. You really have the procedural or the process in place to handle what I'm told are about 35 to 40 permit applications that you process a year. So you got a robust process that is actually handling many of the issues well, but I guess I would suggest the process is working despite the fact that the code really doesn't give a lot of the tools that the staff would typically rely on, not because the code is there to say, do this, do that, look at this thing. It's much more the experience of your staff in dealing with applications and just simply the way they're able to administer the process that is working well. So, I think the bottom line here is there's clearly room to improve this regulation, if for nothing else, just to catch up to the way you're doing business today. But we can actually, I think, as we start to look at what some other communities are doing, and as we look at the experiences we've been having here in Pickens County, I think we can also set some new guidelines that will help you to move forward and not simply catch up to what you've been doing in the past. So in terms of the findings, We did do, I think, a fair amount of research on how other communities are handling special events, and we really did two things. When I was first brought on board, staff had identified some jurisdictions that they thought I should be researching. I was aware of some jurisdictions that we should be researching, and we also made contact with what we call the Planning Advisory Service. We're members of the American Planning Association. Your staff is, I am. The APA has a research wing that helps us by collecting research for us. So PAS did their own research. They looked at about 8 to 10 communities. Some of them we were going to look at, some of them we weren't. And so they've basically made some fairly simple findings that I think might be fairly obvious to you. The first point that they raise up there, why do we have special events regulation? You know, it obviously provides for coordination among service providers, it provides for the safety of the event, and it ensures that we're regulating the impacts on neighbors and the community when a special event occurs. So that's kind of the purpose of this system. Secondly, they told us something that we thought we knew, that most communities do in fact regulate special events as temporary uses. Third, they said that most of the regulations that they looked at did contain specific exemptions. The thing that they found most often were that private gatherings were exempt from special event regulations. They also found that many communities exempt nonprofit organizations, just as we do, and that communities exempt events below a specific size limit, usually expressed in terms of the number of attendees. So these are some of the things that they found that we also found in our research. And lastly, that most regulations do in fact contain specific performance standards. Next slide. So I followed up that lead from the PAS by looking at 16 different communities. 14 of those communities are listed here on the slide, up on the up behind you. 7 of those are Colorado communities, 6 of them counties, and the town of Snowmass Village, and then 7 from surrounding states. 2 communities that I looked at, Blaine County, which is Sun Valley, and Monroe County, which is Key West, actually didn't have special events regulations. But you'll see that these are basically, for the most part, rural or resort counties. So we looked at a lot of our sister communities here in Colorado, as well as some wine country counties that experience special events the way that we do. And we summarized the results of the research. Table 1, which is on page 5 of the report, summarizes some of the findings, but I've kind of pulled those findings out in terms of points here on my slide. So in terms of minimum attendance thresholds, that is a very, very common measure that communities use to determine when a permit's required. I think looking across these 14 communities, the most common threshold we heard was somewhere in the 200 to 300 person range. The bottom of the range, the lowest number of attendees that required a permit was 50 persons or 25 vehicles. So some communities require a permit for rather small events. And, you know, again, these are intended to be communities similar to ours, rural communities where events can disrupt the community even with a small number of attendees, particularly if they, you know, if it's a road race, a bike race on a public road with 50 people, that's a special event. So that was one thing we found. Secondly, that special events are handled by staff and referral to the Board of County Commissioners, very typical. The third thing that, I think we're on to the next. Yeah, exemptions. Most of the regulations that we looked at, just like the ones that PAS looked at, do contain specific exemptions. The one I saw the most commonly, if you've got an event that's taking place at a place where we would typically expect a group to assemble, so a religious place of worship, a fairgrounds, a stadium arena, that doesn't require a special events permit. The second thing that we found, again, private events, weddings, funeral, private events at a private residence, very commonly exempted from the regulations. Now, a couple of unusual provisions, provisions that we found in just a couple of places that but really seem particularly applicable to the issues we're dealing with here in Pickens County. Gunnison and La Plata County had regulations that addressed how frequently the site is used for a special event. So Gunnison basically says if a site is being used frequently for weddings, that is no longer a site that's eligible for a temporary use permit. That needs to get a commercial use permit, what we would call here a special use permit. So basically, there's a line at which they would draw and say, we're not going to look at special events one by one. We are going to require that property to have a permit that authorizes it to be what we might call a special event venue property. And I think Snowmass Village has actually just gone through that process with the lawn at Base Village. You might have seen that in the paper a week or 2 weeks ago. They gave a special use permit to that lawn because they were finding that lawn was being used time and again for special events, and rather than saying each time we're going to set the standards for how that event would happen, they said, let's create an umbrella for how any event will happen at that venue. La Plata County actually limits a site to just 3 temporary use permits a year, and again, after that, it's a special use or a commercial use. So, that might be something that we want to apply here and say, if a property, and, Mike and I have talked about this, the barn at Chaparral comes up as an example of a property that has been used over and over again. I know of properties in Old Snowmass in my neighborhood that have been used over and over again for special events. Maybe it's time that they get those kinds of broader permits that really give you more authority to regulate what can and cannot happen there. La Plata County has what I find to be a really interesting provision, and I think it's particularly applicable to Pickens County. They limit site setup to no more than 48 hours prior to the event. And I think that kind of a standard really, in my mind, begins to tell everyone something about the scale of a special event and what's appropriate or inappropriate in a rural or a remote context. So if we think back to the events of this past spring where the neighbors on Little Annie Road were saying, for weeks and weeks we were dealing with setup, they live in a remote rural neighborhood. They have a right to expect rural conditions on their road, not site setup for weeks at a time. So that might be one very clear way of saying, we accept special events in the rural parts of our county. We're more than willing to permit them, but they're not going to disrupt people's lives for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or a month. So I've actually kicked that standard around with several people. Anytime someone says, you working on that special events thing? I say, yeah, what do you think about this? And everybody really seems to be attracted to that as a way of dealing with the scale of events. We found a wide array of performance standards being used in these communities. Table 2 on pages 7 and 8 of my report provides example of those, but if you flip to the next page, I've summarized them. I put them into 16 categories, 16 categories. So we find across the range of communities standards in all of these areas. Not every community regulates every one of these areas, but collectively, these are the kinds of issues that communities are addressing relative to special events. And in the table on pages 7 to 8 of the report, I excerpted specific standards. So if you decide that you want to use a standards-based approach, and we really want to bulk up the code with specific direction as to how we would address things like parking and traffic control and lighting, we've got a real head start on drafting those kinds of regulations. Between your experience and the experience of other communities, it won't be hard to write the regulations. So that kind of encapsulates what we found in the research that we did. What I'm hoping to do for the rest of this meeting now is focus on 4 questions. And those 4 questions are right behind you. So this slide is an attempt to just say, here's the scope of what I think we ought to be deciding today, and then I'd like to go through them one by one. So the first question is, what's the scope of the regulations? As Mike said, this really began as an issue in the rural and remote zone district. And if you would like us to confine the drafting that we do from here on to the rural and remote zone district, we will do that, we can do that, and we can write a regulation that addresses issues in that zone district and that zone district only. If you feel that this is more of a county-wide issue, and we need to take a broader look at the temporary use regulations countywide and ensure that all of our neighborhoods have a more complete set of regulations than we have today, then we can do that on a countywide basis. And then I guess there's really kind of a third approach under that, and that is we could actually do more of a hybrid approach, and we'll get into that. So that's question number one. Question number two is, would you like us to use what we call a threshold approach? And by a threshold approach, I mean that there would be something that would trigger the application of these regulations. We've mentioned to you throughout this presentation that many communities have a minimum threshold for the number of persons that triggers the imposition of the permit requirement. That's certainly one way to do it, and we'll walk you through a second approach here of how to do that with a whole series of triggers or thresholds that we've identified. Number three, should there be a limit on the number of times a temporary use permit is issued to a property? That is the venue property question. And number four, should we be giving public notice when we have temporary use permit applications? So, we're ready to start kind of the interactive portion of this. So really the first question is the scope. And behind you, we've identified three possibilities for the scope of these regulations. Number one, again, just drafting these regulations to apply in the rural and remote. Number two, drafting the provisions to apply throughout our county. And number three, as Mike mentioned, some kind of a hybrid approach where we understand that there may be issues in the rural and remote that are specific to that area. So have provisions that are rural and remote alone. Also have a new set of provisions to deal with the fact that countywide, I think, your temporary use regulations are deficient. And possibly, if we're going to do countywide regulations, maybe we have a set of urban standards and a set of rural standards. So you might end up with really multiple levels of regulation here. Rural and remote regulations, and then urban regulations and rural regs. So,
George?
What's the cost for a special permit someone must apply, and does it vary?
It does, yeah. A minor special event permit is $624. A major special event permit is around, I think, $1,400 or $1,500.
And the difference between those, a minor and a major?
Almost all of the special event permit applications we get are minor, considered minor. The major ones are obviously the big ones, Pro Cycling Challenge, X Games, and then first-year events like the Ragnar Relay, events that have community-wide impact. We'll run a major special event permit on that.
So if we were to institute some sort of county-wide regulations for anything from special events to weddings or birthdays or parties, we may need to adapt a different scale for that based on different type of...
The regulations are countywide now, but as Alan said, they're not as clear as what we're finding in the research as far as standards or as far as threshold kind of issues. So they are countywide right now, although the situation is that we don't address private property events such as birthdays or weddings or whatever on private properties.
Right, and they can be as impactful as
Can be.
a minor special event.
Could be.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Rachel?
As I looked at this, to answer your first decision point, I thought that we should have a common platform that is the countywide, and so that would be kind of the base level to me. And then go into rural, and then go into rural and remote. And so I'd like to have as much consistency with the base standards as possible among all three, and then you could have additional considerations when you're getting into rural areas and even further in rural and remote.
That could absolutely work.
Would you do urban?
You know, I would think that whatever the base standard is would encompass urban in its own way, and then, you know, again, rural, and then rural and remote.
Michael?
Alan, what about, you know, a lot of these special events occur in a subdivision. A subdivision, it has a large facility of some sort, most likely a barn. And so, if those places are continually having those events, and you're suggesting that we say this is a party venue, somehow you've gone outside of the purview of that barn. In other words, you've done something beyond creating a subdivision. You're now creating commercial areas in what was a residential area. And so there's a real problem there, because you essentially are licensing those barns for special use on a constant basis. And that's problematic. So I don't know, because nobody had envisioned that if we permitted a stables to be built, that the stables could be cleared out and used for private events, nonprofit events, and profit events. So, and that's really the problem throughout the county, certainly within Woody Creek. So I just don't know what you do about that.
Well, I agree it's a problem, and you know, your options are really to continue to deal with that issue on a permit-by-permit basis, and not start to think about, well, you know, cumulatively, we really do have this impact of these barns that are changing from their agricultural use into venues, or handling it head-on and saying, you know, do we want to allow these venues in the first place? I mean, if you put a limit, if you just, you know, to pick a number like La Plata did, if you said, we're not going to issue more than 3 temporary use permits to any facility, period, end of story, that works, okay? If you want to provide the opportunity for those places to be used more than 3 times, then the temporary use regulation could say, we won't allow more than 3 temporary use permits per year for that property. If you want to do more than that, you're going to have to come in and ask for a special use permit to be commercial, and frankly, you may not get it. I mean, the fact that the code provides for a special event venue does not in any way mean that this board is going to grant every one of those, because maybe it doesn't fit in that neighborhood, just as you said. But, you know, right now we have the situation where we don't limit how many times they can come in, and so, you know, Mike might administer a particular property and go, you know, it's happening again, and it's happening again, and he doesn't have the tool to say, cumulatively, this is no longer a barn that just happens to be used once in a blue moon for a special event. This is a barn that wants to be a commercial facility, and I ought to regulate it that way. And, you know, I mean, I've certainly had clients come to me and say, I see this market out there for special events, and I would like to occupy a property that I can do that in. You know, whether it's a caterer or, you know, someone who's in the hospitality business, they'd love to do that. And you know, I've looked in your code, and we've got that meeting gathering use, and it's close, you know, but it's really not what this is. So, you know, either the code ought to directly say, you know, this use is recognized and it's allowed, but it's special review and you may not get it, or three and out. We don't allow more than 3. This is a rural area and it's not a commercial area, period.
Yeah, I mean, for me, fundamentally, the subdivision and the approval of those barn areas were approved precisely for agricultural activities, and the neighbors had input or on that subdivision, and nobody mentioned that we were also going to commercialize that structure in some way. at least have a high-intensity use other than agriculture for. So I think we need to consider that. You know, some communities have party places in urban areas. So it seems to me that that sort of zoning, if you wanted to put up have a structure that was a party hall, say in ABC, that you could allow that to happen. And you could rent that structure. But I really have a problem with horse barns and arenas being used for a use that wasn't envisioned in the first place, and is not compatible with rural areas. So.
On
Yeah.
that topic, I'd just like to point out a couple places where we do have experience with that type of a special review approval. Down on Prince Creek Road, what is it? McIntyre Barn, which has approval for X number of events per year. And prior to Elk Mountain Lodge becoming a private residence, that also was an event venue with a certain number of approved events per year. So we have a little experience with what one of the alternatives is.
That was done ahead of time. In other words,
Right.
That was essentially a party hall to begin with. People said, I'm going to conduct, or I hope to conduct events here.
But we limited that through a special review because the neighborhood said, whoa, we don't think this should go every night as an event. So there were 54 events allowed per year at Elk Mountain Lodge, which became an acceptable level to the community. And there were certain provisions around it that Alan was mentioning. You have more control in that situation. People should be, taken up in vans rather than individual cars. All those kinds of things are outlined for a venue ahead of time if you were to go that route.
And Cindy, those are covenants on the land use approvals, not through the special event permitting process.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's attacking this from a different side, saying, when somebody builds a barn, what are your intentions? And let's put a covenant on the property to restrict the use in perpetuity.
That's another angle.
So that's a different angle of tackling special events for various
Right.
new land use applications that come up before us.
But I think what we're dealing with is sort of an ancillary use that wasn't anticipated initially.
Yeah. Let me just weigh in. First and foremost, I think at least at this point in the discussion, it doesn't seem to me like there's a huge problem with our special event permitting process. We have a very inept staff to judge, the impacts to the community, and when those impacts are great, to kick it to the Board of County Commissioners. And this conversation has come about because there were some things that could be tweaked. And just to keep the discussion on point with this decision point number one, I think Rachel's got the right direction to say there are different areas of our community that require different threshold levels. I think the questions that are coming up later is how much different is threshold 1 to 2 or 3, and I'm not sure they're all that much different as long as some of those tweaking things that we felt should have happened in the past happen in all 3 of those areas. And to me, I see it really the bulk of this discussion being in this threshold portion of the permitting, because there are different areas that different thresholds should apply, in the sense that on certain roads, having a certain amount of traffic is more impactful than another road having that same amount of traffic. So there's a threshold question that varies dramatically different in an area just outside of one of our city areas or villages to an area that's up on a very remote area. At the same note, I think it comes back down to the review process of that special event permit. I don't think that our special event permit or the code should be changed to get away from the review versus prohibiting various things. I think the review is a good process to prohibit things as they come up, because you're never going to compare two different properties, even if they're both in rural and remote, or both in rural areas, or both in agricultural areas. The impacts to, the neighbors, how many houses, how many cars, where they have for parking, the safety, its proximity to fire departments, all of those things are going to be different for every property in this county, and you're not going to be able to separate that for everyone. And that's why I think simplifying this to something close to what we have, where there is a very inapt review process of an application. I think the tweaking that we all felt needed to be done was the events that are exempt. And when you get exempt from that process, and in that moratorium, I fought very hard to get in that moratorium that this by no means precluded someone from getting a special event permit and doing an event on their property as long as they go through the process. The problem is the events that are exempt right now that do not have to go through that process, that don't have a critical review of citizens and input and elected officials when it gets kicked up to the Board of County Commissioners. Because ultimately, as I will know this November, I answer to the citizens. So, that's the direction that I go in. I don't see this as like a complete new rewrite to restrict more of what is happening in this community. I find it a tweak to make sure that things go through a process.
So what I heard you saying was the things that are most important to you are the thresholds and the exemptions, and much less so worried about coming up with a whole series of standards that...
Yeah. You can't have a party more than 500 people.
I'm with you.
Have a review about that and determine whether or not that's appropriate for that exact location on that exact date, all of those things with the exact plan that they've come up for. And then when the review happens, then you have the feedback to the applicant to say, you know what, you can't have that many cars driving up there, or you've got to do it in 48 hours, you've got to do it in a shorter period of time so your impact is less, or keep in mind the environmental concerns, and so you've got that communication that happens, as opposed to over-regulating it to you can and can't, and that's it. Rachel?
Yeah. Again, kind of given that as we evolve these a little bit, we'd like to check in with the caucuses. So just coming from where I am now, I think that number one key for me is that there's going to be board discretion built into this, and I don't know if that means you have to have standards or you don't have standards, but I don't want accusations of selective enforcement by parties that can sue the county endlessly. You let us have one, we're not that different, but, so how do you build in the discretion is a key question for me. And I do think that frequency is an issue. I think that it's something to really take a look at. It may be that in some caucus areas, the use of someone's barn, they've all kind of come to a quiet understanding or agreement that this is healthy for our community, for the local economy, or who it supports or what it supports. But I don't know those decisions, and I'm not going to try to make those without really hearing back from the caucuses. Is this a problem? How much of a problem? And what would be a tolerable number for events that they may have during the year? That's the type of thing. I may be similar to you, Rob, and I'm not sure if it's agreeing or disagreeing with you, Michael, but I just don't want to see us be a county where the word is a flat no. Every barn can only be used for how, I think back to before there was probably county zoning and regs, and having a barn raising party or a fall harvest party in someone's barn. I don't want to go there. But at the same time, if someone's doing something every other weekend or every weekend and the neighbors are impacted, so I think that frequency gets into it, and I think that the numbers and capacity really get into it. I can't see saying you could have a 1,000-person event on your quarter-acre lot and you're exempt because it's private, and we hope you take good care of the parking. You know, I mean, that's just absurd, and it's an absurd example. But there does need to be, to my mind, some sort of threshold of a number that if you exceed it, it is no longer exempt. You know, it just seems that way for public safety, for how the roads are being used, whether there's alcohol served, who's being put back on the road, in what type of condition, things like that. And so, you know, I am agreeing with Michael in that I think that it may be to say, you know, there is a limit on the number of activities you could have at this barn in any given year, and that number is X. You know, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 2. That's where I need to hear from the caucuses and the neighbors and the people who are impacted. And then the people who have those venues are going to have to, you know, be more selective in deciding, you know, who am I going to permit and for what. The challenge, I think, that's underneath a lot of this is that it's one thing to say it's a private event, it's a private activity, or it's happening on private property. It's also just impossible for us to know if or when money is changing hands. You know, is it a private event? But by the way, here's $1,000 for all your trouble in letting us have it there. That's a paid event. And, you know, it even gets hard to say whether the restoration work, if it's paid for by a third party, is that payment? You know, is it payment for the use of the property? No, it's just mitigation, it's just restoration, but without the event, none of those expenses would have been incurred, and so it feels like payment to me. And you know, who's double checking? Was it $10,000 payment and then $2,000 worth of restoration? I don't know, and we're not going to get in the middle of those transactions, but I think that for some neighbors and some folks, it feels like there are for-profit events going on under the guise of private activity and private property. And, you know, it's just very hard, if not impossible, to know the magnitude of that, the reality of that, but it has that feeling to people.
George?
I think we should put together regulations countywide. We could have different criteria for urban, rural, and rural remote. I think for me, one of the issues that we'll be addressing in the next question is trying to differentiate between commercial and non-commercial events, because that's really where this issue arose from. It wasn't commercial events that have fairly good code and staff review. It's the non-commercial events, the birthday parties, the weddings, that we really have not discussed, and it's really promulgating a lot of issues this past summer, from fireworks, disturbing animals, to guns going off from a birthday party. So, you know, the process may have worked in the past, but given the nature of our community, how it's changed, I think we need to change along with it to make sure we're up to speed with what's happening in our neighborhoods. In terms of limiting number of events, I mean, the barn is one example, but there's many other examples, and I think we should be limiting, you know, a bike race in a rural area. Do we want to have a bike race every week in a certain area, impacting the rural roads? Last summer, there was a question of a request for an ongoing polo matches, and that would have put some substantial impacts on traffic and safety. So it goes beyond just the use of barn, it's the use of the public ways and access. So, and I think that could be also done perhaps as we break down into urban, rural, and rural remote as well.
Steve?
All of you have said things which I completely agree with. On Michael's point about the venue, what you would call a venue property, if somebody wants to do that, I would say they need to make a land use application and come in to us and ask to be, you know, a commercial type use, something like Chaparral Barn, if they wanted to do that every week. it should go through a different procedure and have the caucus be able to weigh in on that. If the Chaparral Barn were limited to just 3 or 5 events per year, then they could just come in and get the temporary permit each time. I also agree that we're not trying to prohibit events from happening, but if it gets above a certain size, then and to me, whether if it's a private party on private land, if it gets above a certain size, they should have to get a permit because it has impacts on the road, noise impacts in the neighborhood, safety impacts because of the size of the crowd. So I guess I'd look at it as a hybrid approach that we really need to have these guidelines for the whole county, but would be, could be different thresholds and different standards for different zone districts in the county. Different thresholds depending on what neighborhood it's in and what the road is like. And even for a commercial use would be still keeping them, the 2 tiers of a minor special use permit and a major one, that depending on the size of it and the length of the duration. I can see kind of a flow chart that a person or a group could come into community development, pick up a special use permit flow chart, and they could get it online, check off, whether, depending on if it's a commercial use with money changing hands for use of the property, it goes one direction. If it's a private party, it goes a different direction. And then the people could realize that and maybe even just do a simple sign off by community development that it's a private party, you're under a certain number, but that way community development knows the event is going on, and you don't even have to charge them any money for that, but you just initialed it. You looked at their application on this flow chart. It's just a minor thing, and they don't get charged any money for it. So I don't want to start charging everybody $600 just because they want to hold a wedding on their property or something. We want to try to keep it simple and not a costly process for people to go through.
Could I just also remind everybody that when community development takes an application, and it's not just about community development, we have a network of referrals that we work with. Obviously, the Sheriff's Department is key to any event. The various jurisdictions that we try to work with, we get things out to the caucus groups, if possible, homeowners associations, all kinds of things like that. So it's not, just oftentimes a check off by community development. And just to remind everybody about that. And that's something that we do today. If that's not something the board feels is important, we need to hear that as well. There are other jurisdictions that take certain things, just it's a public safety issue, and they go that direction. Certain things are community planning, neighborhood issues, and they go a different direction. So, there's always that as well. But right now we do a pretty comprehensive approach to let all the different fire departments, everyone know what's going on.
I've seen examples, and John is going to love this one. There's a community where the special events permit process is centered in the county manager's office.
There you go.
You would get to administer it.
Let's discuss that for a little while.
I've definitely seen
We do it over at the airport.
Right. I've seen examples where the permit comes into the sheriff as opposed to community development. So, Cindy's right. They are the clearinghouse right now, and they bring all of your other departments in. But, there's not just one model for it. I think the way you're doing it is clearly the way most places are doing it.
And I think that's what I was trying to say. We've got a good process.
We've got a good process.
Good people following the steps of that process. Let me just weigh in on the permanent frequency issue in terms of having a threshold for properties. My thought is that this needs, that I would hope that this become a win-win scenario for both the county and the neighbors of these properties and the properties themselves. Do we find a way to say, like, listen, if you're doing 6 events a year, you've got a great property for that minimizes the impacts. We want to keep those events there as opposed to putting them somewhere else where it's going to maximize the impact. If they have a good road that gets there, if they have a parking facility, those sorts of things, I'd rather have the events there, so I'd rather see a permitting process that allows them to streamline the rest of their permitting process when they do the individual ones. So they get one permit for the year, for instance, if they're going to do more than, say, 6 events on their property, whatever the threshold is. And that then they have a expedited permitting process for every one of those events. So maybe they save money over the time period. This is my view is this is a community where a lot of things are valuable. The rural, remote, that's spread across all of Pickens County in terms of the feel that we have here, that we live connected to the environment, that we have a quiet way of life is great, but we also have a tourism economy here too. So I don't want to have this all be about restricting events. I want this to be about making events more acceptable to the community. That's what this should be about. It shouldn't be about, we don't want, like I said before, we don't want any event over 500 people. Well, you know, that's going to change who we are as a community to some aspects, and it's about having an event with 500 people that has minimal impacts to the community. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, I think we went out of our way in the report I remember putting it in bold and capital letters. The purpose of this is not to say, no, you can't get permits. It's to say, what's the scope of what requires a permit and what's the process that is matched to the size of the event that you have. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope the media doesn't send the message out, Pickens County about to say no to all special events. That's
yes.
Clearly not what anybody here is talking about. It's an
This
attempt
is
to
not
get
a
our
meeting
arms
about
around this.
restricting events. This
No.
is a meeting about making events better for the community.
Yeah, making them safe and having less impacts on the neighbors
In my
and all
opinion.
those things. Yeah, the basic purpose statement that I said at the beginning, that's what this is about.
Michael?
Yeah, but on the other hand, Rob, when you live in a residential community and these uses follow after that community is established, the people have an expectation that they were living in a residential community, not in a community that was going to be impacted by an influx of cars, an influx of noise. I mean, and really what we lack here is what are off-site impacts? What are we trying to do here? It needs to be a preamble for this, that the off-site impacts can be that the neighbors can hear it, that there's lighting that the neighbors can see, that there is noise that the neighbors can hear, because these are not commercial areas. Plain and simple. No, if I had moved in next to the ABC, I would expect commercial activities. If I was in rural Woody Creek, I would not expect commercial activities. So that's really the problem, for me at least. And I don't think that you can make people happy by saying we're going to have parties throughout the county. I don't think that's what we need to do here. But we do need to express why we have regulations and what those possible off-site impacts are. And explain to people that we're going to, through this series of regulations, we're going to minimize these off-site impacts. So if you have fireworks in Old Snowmass, and you can hear them in Woody Creek, and they spook your horses in Woody Creek, what's that? That's a happy party in Old Snowmass, and it's unhappy neighbors in Woody Creek. How do you do that? What do you do? And I think you have to be able to say no to some of those impacts. And the applicants have to assure you that they're not going to, that they're going to go down a list of possible off-site impacts, and they're not going to be any. And then I'll be happy to have a party.
And, just to sort of encapsulate that, this table was really just a first effort. Don't think of it as the end-all be-all, but it's an effort, Michael, to try and encapsulate those kinds of issues and say, when any of these activities, whether it's, amplified music, so if you've got amplified music and you have a building and it's all inside that, well, that's not such a problem. If you have amplified music and it's in a tent and we know it escapes from the tent and affects the neighborhood, now we're talking a permit. If you have amplified music and it's outside on a stage and it's being broadcast, maybe that has to come up to this board. And it's the same thing with fireworks. There's a level at which that becomes a problem. Just the size of the structures. That if we're talking a small tent being built on a rural piece of property, well, that's not such a big deal. If we're talking about thousands of square feet of tent, and now the fire marshal needs to get out there and look at it for safety, and we're housing hundreds and hundreds of people, now we got a problem. So, we think this sort of threshold or triggers approach that everybody's been touching on, there's a way to start to look at these things and say, these are the ones that nobody's going to need a permit for because they fall below a whole series of thresholds. And it will have to be location-based, the way you're all talking about. But as soon as you go above, you could have a small party with, well, there's fireworks and it's going to spook the horses. I'm sorry, but that requires a permit, and the fire marshal needs to look at it, and we need to understand what those impacts are. So
Yeah, and for me, it's letting the applicant know why they're being permitted, why they have to. That's important for the applicant to know. There's not just an imposition of a certain fee, and it's not an imposition of government over private individuals, but that it is a social concern of those neighborhoods that your party, your activity can impact, and that's why we're interested in it, and we're interested in minimizing those off-site impacts.
And may I just add real quickly that brings up a really good point about an earlier discussion, Rob, that you brought up where we don't want to over-regulate. And I wrote down regulation versus certainty, because what happens in our world is that people from out of town often are planning the parties. They are not aware of local issues. And if there's a certain, but oftentimes people call and say, are there regulations? And we say, yes, there are. And our regulations today, as Alan said, are pretty deficient. But if you have a very certain regulation that says what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, that helps a lot in terms of defining those parameters. And I think that's a lot of what we deal with. So I just wanted to put that on the table, that the certainty for the person coming in to pull the party together, a party planner or whatever, is really important. And if you see something that says, boy, no helicopter, no fireworks that have noise, or whatever it might be, then there's clear direction. Otherwise, it's a lot of sitting down and maybe getting it right and maybe not getting it right with someone. And I understand the need for flexibility, but there's also something that's very important as far as clarity, and people ask for clarity. So just so you know.
And my need for flexibility stems from the diversity of our county.
Definitely.
And how, we could make up a different regulation for every piece of property on this county to try to get it right, but that's creating a little bit more brain damage. But, the diversity of the county demands that we have a review process for various things and a dialogue with these applicants to say, listen, we think this is going to cause some problem with the neighbors, so we want to do a public hearing or a notice or something like that. And you may not do that to a property on a different road because,
But that gets hard with that certainty
Yeah.
for the neighborhood, and it gets
Yeah.
hard with the certainty for the people coming in and asking for the party. So that is hard.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think some of these issues will clear up a little bit as we start getting the caucus feedback on it. I think the caucuses want flexibility as well. There's causes they want to be able to support and community gatherings they want to have, but there's also, a limit to everyone's tolerance or patience or feeling your area is being used as opposed to included, perhaps. So I know Mike's already flipped off the other chart that was up there, but to me, it seems like frequency should be one of those boxes. And so under frequency, it would be, the number of events at this location the past 18 months. Most, quote, families or people don't hold 3 events a year, 5 events a year. Maybe if they're helping a neighbor and it's their daughter's, graduation, they have one and they had a Christmas party too. But it's not like most people have multiple events a year. And so I think that frequency is definitely something that belongs up there. And I think you could create a location
Location's clearly going on there.
classification.
I had it in there at one point, and I didn't like the way I'd classified it, so I pulled it. But
Yeah,
I've heard all of you talk about, well, remote versus rural, or it might even get, caucus-specific.
Yeah.
As folks said, the same event on a different road is a very different event. If it's happening on Maroon Creek Road, it's very different than when it happens on East Socos Creek Road.
Yeah, so location, I could see being up there, and I could possibly even see something as access roads. Is it down a dirt road? Is it down a county major artery? Is it right off the highway, whatever? So, I think that there's, the more we can describe the event, the better we can see what is the limits of tolerance in that given area.
And I don't know if this is going to work as a matrix, or if it just ends up being the keys to what we put in the regulation about when you're this type of permit versus that type of permit, but it was a good way to present it as a matrix, and I hope ultimately it works, but I don't know if it will or not.
Part of the question that it's going to be hard how you're going to overlay this is when we talk about number of attendees as relates to perhaps size of structures. So again, we go back to, I think what I've heard the board saying is we want to have different categories for different parts of the county, rural, remote, rural, and urban. I think the thresholds should reflect that, and they should be different.
Yes.
So if you use, for example, a rural remote area, I would not expect to see a threshold starting at 500 people. Maybe 50 people is more appropriate for a number of vehicles. But along with that, then one has to also think about the size of the structures, because you could have 50 people, but you could have a structure that is beyond the needs or out of scale with that area. So I would look at different thresholds for the different areas, and probably it would probably make sense that the threshold gets ramped up as you move from rural, remote to urban areas.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, we used to have, Cindy will remember this, the planning office picnic, and it'd be up on the backside of Aspen Mountain, and, we probably had 25 to 50 people that were going up there, but if we had a structure, it was a tent with 4 poles around it. There were no structures.
And a cooler.
And a lot of wine, as I recall.
Yeah, and for a small event, I wouldn't want to make it onerous in terms of having a cost associated with that. If someone wants to have a party at their house, 30, 40, 50 people, maybe there shouldn't be a cost.
Yeah, there has to be a level at which there's no permit.
Right.
There has to be.
But beyond that, you go back to your performance standards, that you have a checklist for each of these areas of the county, and probably the checklist I think is appropriate for straight across county standards.
So, George, what I'm hearing you say, which I agree with if I'm hearing you correctly, is this type of chart, you'd see a third dimension here, 3 of these charts, one for each of the different areas. And I agree with that. And the threshold should be different whether or not you're in that zoning or however those areas are defined. Or even more so, there might be a chart like this that a caucus advocates, this is the threshold we want for our caucus area. So that it could get onto more levels than just zoning, but could be within various regions of the county. And I agree with that. I also am trying to impart the fact that I think the standard threshold is the base point, and then reviews can happen, to allow various things based on showing that you're mitigating various things. I'm the person that feels like, all right, someone might say in rural remote, a 2,000 square foot tent is too big no matter what. And I'm saying in rural remote, a 2,000 square foot tent is acceptable if it's reviewed and if they meet our concerns with that, whatever those concerns would be. And that's just a generic example. But I'm just saying it has to, getting into this special review category is where it becomes more crucial when those thresholds aren't moved. And it's not about saying no, it's about saying we're going to review it at that point, and we're going to and we're going to have some standards for that review. I think that's where you get the structure for the people. Minimal impacts, to neighbors, and they can make a judgment whether or not they want to file an application based on certain languages and standards.
But something has to trigger what will require a permit and what won't require a permit. And
Yeah,
so your
absolutely.
example,
So that's this category.
well, even your example, rural remote up to 2,000 square foot structure, that may be acceptable, but does it require a permit?
Yeah, that threshold, I think, in rural remote is lower than it is somewhere else. But then it's reviewed, and then it's judged, and then it's, on standards for that area.
That can definitely
Steve?
work.
Yeah, in relation to the size of the structure, and I keep thinking back to rural and remote, people this past summer were saying, the tents should not have been allowed to be more than 1,000 square feet, which is what the allowed size of the house is. But maybe 1,000 square foot tent in the rural and remote would be something that doesn't trigger having to get a special use permit if the number of people is under a certain number. If they want to do it 2,000 square foot in rural and remote, or in RS30 zone, maybe the size of the tent is 2 or 3 times that, or whatever size is determined. And up to that point, you could have an event with a tent set up that's that size without having to get a permit.
And that's kind of where we went with the moratorium. We said, this is what's acceptable for a private event. Beyond that, you need to get a special event permit.
Yeah.
And a special event permit's going to be reviewed. And when it's reviewed, there's going to be a judgment cast on that special event permit, and that's no guarantee. George?
I would also say we sort of skipped over it. We didn't really skip over it, but your earlier question in terms of nonprofits, should they be exempt or not? And I would say that they should not be exempt. They should have to go through sort of a similar checklist, similar review, because those tend to be some of the larger events. Some probably already go through special review, I'm assuming. So I'm not sure which ones that you may be referring to that you're asking whether we should be exempting some nonprofits and not others.
Think of an
Yeah,
example. Is the deaf camp a good example?
Well, that's an example, but the provision is used so seldom because there aren't a lot of nonprofits in our county that actually own land, and that's the requirement, is that it's a nonprofit operating on its own property for one day, a duration of 1 day for the event. And I think we maybe used it 1 or 2 times in the last 8-9 years. So it's not a huge amount of events that are getting exempted.
Okay.
So Boogie's Party, as an example, isn't on the home property of the organization.
Exactly.
So it's a special event.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the deaf camp might be an example of a
Okay.
nonprofit. If they had a special event at the camp, that under today's code would be exempt if it were 1 day in duration.
Yeah. Well, but I
And
guess
not
I guess to play devil's advocate, everything we've been discussing in terms of safety and neighborhood impacts. So even though a deaf camp is doing an event on their own property, they still have impacts to the neighborhood and safety considerations.
Yeah, so you could treat them the same as any other, if there's a threshold, and if you fall below that, then you don't meet the
Right.
permit, but not simply because you're nonprofit, that's not the.
That's what I would suggest.
And it's, George, too, it's not limited
So
to
the
just
type of event thing there
nonprofits.
that line might go away under your concept.
I just wanted to add, too, it's not limited to just nonprofits, but that's mostly what we see when a nonprofit's having a fundraiser. The code says a fundraising or non-commercial event for a nonprofit religious, educational, or community service organization shall not require a temporary commercial use permit with the limitation we were just talking about. So we've got a couple more. So educational, I think of, CMC, religious, if there was a church doing something.
And I'm sitting here thinking of, but the name is escaping me, the Crystal River 133, the farm, the healthy, sustainable settings. I think that they are nonprofit, and yet at the same time, we would be concerned if they had 1,500 people gathering at the Harvest Fest.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they have, or not that they would, but knowing the access issues on 133, and needing to know whether the sanitation can handle it when these properties are on wells. So, I think it'd be nice to have some sort of simplified, process for nonprofits on their own property. But I still think, as others have said, there can be just as many traffic impacts or safety impacts.
And just so, too, Sustainable Settings is one of those properties that got an approval by the board, and we set a number of events that could happen there. So they have the other way of doing it we talked about through a land use application.
Right, and so it's a successful example of perhaps predetermining a number, size, scale, and how.
I'd like to make a comment if I might, Rob.
Yeah, John, I'll allow some public comment at this point. We've got a little bit more time. We've got about 10, 12 minutes left. If you could limit it to a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we will.
And we will have public hearings on this whenever we make these changes, and I would also encourage anybody in the audience that this is affecting. A great way to submit public comment at this stage is by writing a comprehensive letter of your concerns. All of our emails are on our website, on the county website, and getting it to us. It gets it in the record. It'll get it in our thought process when we go through the entire process of code changes. So, go ahead, John Miller.
Yeah, I'm John Miller, Castle Creek Investors, and have holdings in the rural remote area. I compliment you on your report. I thought it was very good. There are a couple of things that I don't see that are covered that should, and I haven't seen this in the last few years, but there for a couple of years we were having those 500 motorcycles come through and go on the rural remote roads. As a property owner, a cabin up there,
Mobile events,
that's annoying.
like the Jeep tours that go through.
And if you had a series of 100 Jeeps going through, and I hate to see, well, we're going to deprive you of the privilege, but I'd hate to be the second or 50th motorcycle going through with all that dust and dirt. But I think that's something I like to see put in the bill to be worked on, because it is. I think it's a different area and a different situation when there's snow on the ground and we have events with a lot of skiers going through and everything. They're not really damaging anything, and that Power 4 or whatever the mountain thing is called, it's pretty well regulated, and they flag it, and that gets along quite well. I want to apologize for the wedding that Bob Steele and Jillian Steele held up there. I didn't ask enough questions. Somebody asked you, they want to hold a wedding on your property. And Rachel, I didn't take any further money on that. The wedding planner, who is a doll, and she's a nice lady and everything, I told her to go earlier. and she didn't go till about 6 weeks before the wedding was to be held. And I think a lot of us know Bob Steele, and his daughter Alex had been an acquaintance. She wasn't, I wouldn't say an intimate friend, but she'd been an acquaintance of ours for 5 or 6 years and everything. And I just, the wedding planner had gone so far, and I think invitations had even gone out. You know, I just couldn't, but I had no idea it was going to be that big. Just absolutely. I've never, have any of you ever seen a wedding that big, that elaborate?
Princess Diana's. Princess Diana's.
Oh, well, let's see. Hillary and Bill's daughter, Chelsea, her wedding, I guess, that was quite an economic impact for the community, but it was wrong for the thing. I just wanted to say that. I like to be a part of this, and I think it's developed. I just have to say, in defense of my company, CCI, I only know of 2 events. I've been involved in that probably for 40 years. I only know of 2 events that have been over the top. And I know there was a wedding of a couple, I don't even know who they were. They called up and they said they'd give me $1,000 to have the wedding there, and they had the wedding, and I think Cindy and some of the people saw the tents up there, and they were 2 local people, and they had the wedding, and a helicopter come and pick them up, and then they flew them to the airport, and they took them limousine to the Jerome, and they stayed all night. I was in Michigan during that time. I didn't see any of it. I didn't know anything about it, but I don't think it was nearly as elaborate as this wedding. But the Klaus Obermeyer Dodge Ram commercial, and it tore up the ground badly, and it looked badly. It was graded and seeded. It snowed the day after that. And snow didn't disappear off that ground till May or later, and when the vegetation came up, you couldn't even tell it was there. This last event, it was up there, and I think it was just beyond belief. How many people went? How many saw it? Did you drive up and see it? I talked to several people in town that did drive up and see it, caused some traffic that way, and everything. I couldn't believe it. I have no idea what it cost, but there were 248 or 85 people, 285 people came to town, had to buy something in town. They had to sleep in some beds. They had to do things, plus the wedding itself, which was rumored to be around but John thought it was a $7 million wedding. I don't know. I don't have any idea. But it was an economic impact for a depressed time. But I apologize for it, because I don't want those things. I've been on that holding that property, involved in it for nearly 40 years. I've had control of it for 32 years. And I've had 2 events up there, 2 events in that time that I think were.
Thank you, John. Anybody else want to make a quick comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, but before, I think we have one more question. We were supposed to get some input to.
The public notice one?
No, I want to make sure we have time to address that.
Do you have a couple
Jim
sentences?
Collins, Woody
Thank you.
Creek. Working on the Woody Creek Master Plan, a topic we've been struggling with that's almost escapes this discussion, is the proliferation of residential properties that are acquired for commercial and quasi-commercial purposes. And mostly they escape the permit process. And there are several properties that have been running events on a practically weekly basis in residential neighborhoods, and there's absolutely no way to monitor them, control them, deal with them. And so we're here looking for guidance on how we will address that issue, but we wanted to bring that into the discussion as well.
Rachel?
Just broadly or quickly, yoga retreat weekends, farm produce, I mean, what type of quasi regular repeating special events?
Well, there are all kinds of things. They're rented out to corporations, they're rented out to families, they're parties, they're private events.
So kind of part of a home rental
Yeah.
thing that,
Well, but they're not really, technically that's the case, but nobody lives in the homes.
And that's part of, I think, what we're getting at here is private parties that are exempt from this, should they go through some sort of review,
Right,
and what's
but-
the threshold?
But it's part of the business model, when it comes time to purchasing property, how much income they can generate from that in addition to their own use
Yeah.
Okay.
is part of the way that it's evaluated. And to me, if these projects are successful, then there will be more and more of them until there won't be successful anymore. And it's a significant impact on a residential area.
thank you.
Thank you. I think it's important to kind of have that worked into this conversation somehow, as you said, properties are viewed as what is their revenue source, and if that revenue source is special events and, you know, corporate retreats or whatever they're doing on that space. The last thing on our discussion was forms of public notice. In my opinion on this, it kind of goes into that matrix a little bit that we've been discussing a lot, that there has to be a threshold level for those too. I mean, you know, if you're doing a private event that triggers a special event review, you know, public notice needs to be part of that. But
So we know if we're in a review in front of the, if it's a special use or anything, those require public notice. So
Yeah.
the only ones that fall kind of between the cracks are the administrative permits that the staff handles. And I know that they are referring all of these matters to either the caucus, or if there's a homeowners association that's affected, they refer the permit application to those folks. So in effect, they're giving notice to the neighborhood, because if the caucus knows about it, they can put the neighborhood on notice. You know, typically when we have land use applications, almost every type of land use application here requires notice to people within 300 feet if you're, you know.
And I think that was one of the big things that slept through the cracks on the event on John Miller's property, even though it was the wedding planner that did this. You know, there were neighbors that came in here and they were like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You know, we didn't know anything about this, and, you know, here is this gigantic event, you know, be it within our code, a private event, and not needing a special event permit at the time. The neighbors didn't know about it, and so we have to think about what that threshold is for each one of those
Yeah.
grids that we do for different
I mean, are
areas.
you comfortable with the caucus and the homeowners association being the forum for notice, or do you want, you know, the classic, the applicant
Posting.
does a mailing to people within a distance? It's really difficult. I mean, I know this, Mike is processing a lot of running events or biking events or skiing events. If you're on a course, we're not given notice for 300 feet around a course. That, you know, they're running all over the place. That doesn't make sense. But if it's at a place, does it make sense to give notice to 300 feet around that place, or is the caucus a better way to do that?
George and then Steve?
Well, again, it goes back to the grid that we're working on, and I think how that threshold changes from a rural remote to rural to urban, how that threshold is determined, I think would determine when you would need to have public notice to an adjoining neighbor, and when you would just need notice to perhaps HOA or caucus.
Yeah. Steve?
In the Snowmass Creek party this summer, Cindy sent out an email like on Friday, Thursday or Friday before, which she sent it to me, not because I'm on the caucus, but just because I'm the commissioner. But then she did send it to the caucus. But then some people like Seth Saxon didn't read his email, so he didn't. If he had read his email, he would have seen that, you know, the event was going on, and he was one that was maybe mostly impacted by the fireworks at that thing. So maybe having, you know, the notice has to be sent out early enough, and maybe more description like the description we got, it was more, there's a wedding and George Strait's gonna be singing there. And I don't know if you mentioned the fireworks, but then fireworks, we weren't thinking the big loud booms. So the fireworks didn't
That
scare
required
me,
no
but
notice.
Yeah.
That one was a private, so Rob is correct. I just felt so strongly that it was going to have impacts that I sent out the notice once I understood the magnitude of the event. And that was just because I felt it was important, but that required no notice. So something like that, you need to think through when we do this grid, how impactive. I mean, maybe that's one of the checkoffs. If there's fireworks, you know, maybe if the fireworks had never happened that night, no one would have cared about that entire event. I don't know. But those are the kinds of things we need to think about.
Rachel?
Yeah, we won't have time to address it now, but at the next time we do discuss this, what we didn't discuss is what happens when there's violations. What happens when a permit is issued, there's specific understanding, the fireworks, whether it's the sheriff signing off or whoever, are going to happen at 10 o'clock, and they don't really happen until 11 o'clock. The noise doesn't stop at a certain time. They didn't really have the number of porta potties. You know, what is the recourse, and what is the violation, what are the penalties? Or even penalties for not getting a permit when you should have.
All right. I'm sure you got plenty of direction there to bring back the next wave of stuff to us.
Well, what's wonderful here is I asked the first question, and you guys just ran with all three of them, and it was, I think this is tremendous. I mean, I think we got a ton of direction, so.
Sometimes that works, sometimes not so much.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, you just kind of sit there and go, how am I going to get a response? But I thought this went great, so thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, so we got a little break here, or, yeah, we have a break here till 2:45. So we'll be back at 2:45. we did make it through the last part in about 30 seconds, but that should probably be another 40 or 45 minutes of discussion at least. And so really our intention today, unless the board wants us to go back further, I think was to try and pick up about where we had to accelerate the presentation and give some more time for both presentation and discussion. Really, I think what we're just starting to get into were the proposed solutions, the slides that are up, and some of the potential timelines and alternatives. So if the board is okay, we would pick up right where we left off, unless you want to go back. George?
I'd like to go back just for a second with a question. And Rob asked this question last time in regards to seeing if we're going to build a new building, could we utilize the courthouse for admin? And so this is sort of a adjunct to that question. My question is, and I know that we're really not in the driver's seat on this particular decision, but as I asked Joey, the sheriff, last time, whether it would make sense to have a joint public safety justice center, Joey thought that would be a good idea. And I know that the city is looking at perhaps building a facility right next door to us. And so I just wonder if to me, it sort of makes dollars and then cents that we look at partnering with the city. I know the numbers don't work if we have to actually pay into that property, but here's a case where the city actually owns the property, and it seems to me that if they were interested, they could lower their costs for the construction of that facility. We could certainly lower our costs. We wouldn't duplicate similar needs by sharing one joint building with the city for law enforcement, and the court systems would then open up our court building for some of the administrative functions.
So I guess there's probably a couple questions in there. Let me talk about the partnership issue a little bit more, and where at least I'm understanding we stand, because I had another discussion with my counterpart after the last meeting, just to kind of clarify where he thinks they're at now. But first, you're right, George, we have not proposed the joint facility or a joint facility on Kansas, because at least in our preliminary planning discussions, as we look at the potential cost savings or additional costs, there was additional cost to the partnership. And one of the criteria that we laid out, and this could be a policy discussion for the board, but at least at the staff level, we said, look, we'll partner if it makes sense to partner, and what makes sense for both entities is a win-win situation. I think what you're laying out, which is, we have to at least be at or achieving some kind of cost savings through a partnership, and efficiencies and or operational efficiencies through a partnership that offset any additional costs. And so basically, as we looked at it, we didn't identify any operational efficiencies, and I think Joey could address that through the public safety entities. We identified the potential for some shared spaces, but not enough to offset the either market value of property costs or even a reduced. We talked about what if we did a reduced property cost, and that moved closer to that at least neutral position. I think at least the position of the city staff, which I think is understandable, is to say, look, there is a value to the property, and if you're using it, if the county's using it for their facilities, that takes away future building potential for us. So we need to realize some value from that property if it's going to be used for square footage. And so the discussion, at least at the staff level, from an equity perspective, did not include a donation
of the property. And I think even a reduced price for the property was not really enthusiastically received. So we didn't see a lot of advantages. The other element too is I think in the city's planning process right now, they have alternatives that are, I think, still on the table. They may not be the preferred alternative, but there are alternatives still on the table where they would need to develop enough square footage on Zupanza so that there actually wouldn't be enough room for our needs. So that, and because that decision point hasn't really been reached 100%, I think they have a preferred alternative right now that would leave some additional square footage, but they've still got to go through design and such, and I think there's a question about whether there would be enough square footage to meet the needs that we've identified. So it's really those reasons that led us to say, okay, that's probably not our best option. It's very difficult to plan to, for either of us to plan to right now, and that's why we're suggesting utilizing the footprint in the back. That said, we haven't done design and such. So that's kind of the partnership discussion, and I guess if the policymakers wanted to have a discussion and make a decision about disposition of that property, that's different. That's just not where the staff's got, and that's why you don't have a staff recommendation. Before I see a lot of hands going up, I want to address George's other question, which is really about the public safety. You know, could we use, at least in our preliminary look, building a new public safety building, you actually have more, and court building and such, you actually have more expense in that combined building. Plus, I don't think we could accommodate both the sheriff's department, the courts, DA, all of the square footage you see, I believe exceeds the amount of square footage that we believe could build in the back. So that combination wasn't possible back here. And when we looked at, you know, do we keep the sheriff's department over here and admin functions versus building over here? Building a new court building has additional square footage, or I'm sorry, additional cost per square foot versus just kind of more flexible admin space. And we couldn't accommodate both the sheriff and courts in the same building, and it seemed like a better mix to mix the square footage of the sheriff's department at 85, I think it's about 85 or 8 to 9,000 square feet of space, versus the courts came in at about 16.
They want
the whole building.
They want 11, 12 by the time it's all said and done, and even that's tighter than they'd like.
And so R&L's analysis, at least preliminary analysis, was that actually the old courthouse actually has more square footage than the courts need.
What is the square footage of the courthouse?
16,000?
I think it's closer to
20.
20,000.
Yeah.
20. And I think they needed 16,000 square feet of well-designed space, and so the feeling is that 20,000 square feet of space for courts, DA, probation, those functions in the future, we could make work, and we could secure the old courthouse because we'd be moving the public-facing functions that require open access on that building, the assessor and treasurer's offices. If we move those out, we have a better opportunity to secure that building.
And we did look at it as a potential admin. That was one of the first things we looked at, was putting admin in there. But because of the historic nature of it, you can't really break it down into efficient office space. It's built as a courtroom, and we don't have the opportunity to, or the desire, to go in and knock down walls and just open it up. And so it really, R&L came back and said, it's a good courthouse. It's just not a good mix of uses that we have in there right now. If we get out the uses that cause the issues, it's a good courthouse.
There's a cost to retrofitting it to meet the standards that courthouses need to meet.
Yeah.
So, you know, in the discussion of moving that would be, you know, one of the savings columns thing. And I think that makes sense, but, George raises another big question here, much like our collaboration on the library project, the city is an adjacent property owner, and there's a lot of moving departments within the city and a lot of moving departments within the county. It seems to me like there should be a discussion at the policy-making level between the city and the county on how we can collaborate together on this. Much like we did with the library and saying, they don't like our design, we don't like their design, change it this way a little bit, change it this way a little bit, and then we've got a design that works together. And, here we are with the Zupanzas property right next door, us building out there. We've got our ComDev in their building right now. We were sharing the APSHA department down below. Now that APSHA department has been moved. This to me is part of it is what I think, John, you're talking about, that staff is looking at this, but I do think there needs to be a working together between City Council and the BOCC and a collaboration of facilities, because we are so integrated we are somewhat integrated with various things that we do, and it's nice to know that we're working together and that we are maximizing those potential economies. Rachel, if you want to add to that, and then John.
Just really quickly, I wouldn't mind if we have a policy discussion with the City Council about it, but we really need to have a good packet first with all the facts, so that we're not spending half the meeting going over the facts again, of space needs and things like that. Personally, I think the courthouse, functions well as a courthouse. The historic nature of those courtrooms, I would never want to see the courtrooms changed. I think that they serve a great purpose, and the historic character is kept alive by keeping the functions in it. It's not just a facade, it's a living, breathing, working building. And so I really would have no interest in trying to move county admin over to the courthouse. And I'd like to kind of put a brigger, our reporter in the audience today is relatively new to the community. But when the earlier studies were done on this matter of long-term facilities for the county, there was a heavy look at the Public Works facility out at the Airport Business Center. Total green field, no constraints like we have here and everything. But the discussions at that time, and I think it's still valid, is that having the county functions in the heart of the city is appropriate. And we are the county seat, and it's certainly something that supports local businesses in the off seasons, and people going to get a cup of coffee from work or whatever. It adds vitality and life to the downtown. So we know there was, quote, a least expensive option of all, and that would be to move out to the Airport Business Center, use the Public Works, sell this building to become the revenue for it, things like that. But that was ruled out for long-term good community planning purposes. And so I just wanted to make sure that background's there. I don't mind having the discussion, but I also don't want to have a discussion that then gets into, well, you can have this for this period of time, and then if we need it, you get 2 years move-out notice, and we'll reimburse you some declining amount of what you put in the first place. I mean, at some level, someone's going to have the control of the building, and someone's going to be the lessee. And I was trying to think back. I can't remember if the city paid $3.6 million for that site, the Zupanzas, something right in that range in the early 2000s. 2001, and the city originally purchased it because the fire district had talked about wanting that location, and so they were securing it from the free market so that could happen. The fire district went through a 2-year planning process and determined they'd rather rebuild on their current location, and so the city has just held on to Zupanza since. And I know we've talked as a board before your time with Hillary about buying it, using it, and those conversations never went anywhere. The city couldn't make up its mind, and I understand why their needs were changing and things. I think it's really a good place we're at, where everyone has a refreshed look at their long-term facility needs. We haven't talked about it, but now that the housing office has moved, that's probably going to affect the housing office operational budget for the next year. They're paying rent for the first time. They weren't paying rent before. We split that 50-50. So I just don't want to be in a place where everything's moving around so much, and that we can get a long-term synergy of the buildings working together is what I would shoot for, as opposed to shared space and partnerships and things like that, so.
And I'm just looking at this $119 to $151 million capital improvement project over the next 10 years. It's a big...
Let me, so,
Yeah.
can I just...
One last comment. On the Zupancis, we have to realize there is the historic building on the back. It's historically designated, and that whole entire site is not available for redevelopment.
Yeah.
Some of it is. some of it
John?
So just a few points of clarification. Both staffs are still engaged because there are opportunities still out there for us to cooperate a lot and find opportunities to have efficiency between the two buildings. I think we both, at the staff level anyway, kind of landed on for the total package, the separate buildings make sense, but there may still be opportunity to share on certain types of infrastructure. We won't really be able to answer those questions in any detail for a policy level discussion until both entities get into some design work, which we really haven't done. We've just done space needs, and we've identified footprints, and we've identified estimates of building costs. And Rob, I just want to be clear that first number on the 100, those were options from the original 2006 master plan that was done. What we're proposing is significantly less than that. Well, Dave, you'll have those numbers as we go forward, but I think you're going to see we've gone from that much bigger picture, and those plans were developed in a very different time. It's not a criticism of the work, it's just times changed, and so we re-scoped into what we think is feasible today, and that's more in the $17 to $20 million range. So just to be clear with our reporter in the room.
Steve?
Thinking about something combining the Aspen Police Department with our Sheriff's Department in one building, and I could see kind of a cooperation with the city where our new public safety building here is connected directly to the new city building. So they're like somehow one building where the police and the sheriff don't have to go outside to go visit the next one, but that would be the city building, and then there's a certain doorway in between, or the beginning of a hallway that then it becomes the other entity's property, and we could cooperate that way, I'm pretty sure, between even the plaza building, this public safety building, and a new city building.
And those are exactly types of solutions. There are barriers that we need to work through for those, but those are types of discussions that are going on, and maybe on both sides you get to build one less interview room or something like that. I don't know exactly what those elements are now, but if you're able to do something like that, and we'd have to do a lot more design work. We can't do it here from the DS right now, but I think from both the city staff's perspective and county staff's perspective, are very interested. I mean, our goal is to provide the necessary infrastructure to meet our current needs, our projected needs, to do it with a sense of civic pride and efficiency. And, I think everyone shares those. I don't know if they'd express them the same way, but that certainly has been the way our discussions with city staff has gone, as we've looked at, hey, could we, we started off thinking the space needs may show that we could do a joint police sheriff's department right on the back of, in this footprint. That didn't work out through the R&L study. It turned out that the needs were larger than that for both organizations. And so now we're adjusting to that. We can see that right now the preferred alternatives, and we still haven't gotten our preferred alternative for you yet, which we need to do, but has us building here and has the city using some of their development potential on Zupancis. And those discussions about connecting, or can we share, can we create some efficiencies, are still on the table. But until both entities start designing, we can't answer them. That's the rub. And so where we're at right now is to kind of conceptually get some direction so that we can start planning for our budgets and such for getting into a design process and anticipating construction. And you know, we're going to be in front of you in October with a budget, and we, you know, we're trying to plan a budget right now that can accommodate at least this preferred alternative, but to get some direction from you about whether you want us to really be working in that direction or not. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
You want to go back to the presentation?
Yes, I do. So, you know, we spent most of the last meeting talking about the issues, the concerns. Here we identified the proposed solutions, and I think this is clear, so feel free to say, yeah, we got it. But a new 18 to 22,000 square foot public safety building that would house primarily the sheriff, but also a fair bit of admin space. Which departments in what sort of layout is a question that when we got to the design, we'd figure out what makes sense between this building and that building in terms of serving the public, in terms of adjacencies. Right now, we don't know. We know that we can accommodate them in the square foot that we can build. This building would continue with the plan that you've seen before from Ted Guy, that essentially opens it up into an open concept floor plan, using a lot more systems furniture to be flexible as our needs change and grow. Also reduces our operating costs, reduces our first cost for a lot of these retrofits that we'll do in terms of HVAC. So I think it's a very efficient way to go. And then the old courthouse, again, would turn back into a courthouse and just house those functions. And we've got, you know, some pie in the sky crazy. I showed you that one picture of what we also have pie in the sky sort of, this is what a floor plan might be like in the courthouse when all those other functions are out, just for us to test, hey, does this have is this feasible? Is this feasible for us to propose? So we've taken it that far to say, yeah, here's where we might house DA and probation and courts, and they would work this well, and here's where the extra courtroom would go, and okay, that seems to work pretty well. Do we have it designed? Have we have all the, no, we don't have any of that yet, but we have gone at least that far. We did talk about, I think we've hit this joint facility quite a bit. If you want to get into that little picture I had up before was kind of the tool that we used. And I'll throw it up there just so we actually had a dialogue today with the city's project manager about some of this joint potential use. And so it's a conversation that's ongoing. But when we all got together as staff, we said, okay, we've got to have some stuff that's, you know, we're not sharing individual offices, we're not sharing, you know, too many workstations, we're not sharing a lot of things. So what are those things that we could share? Because I actually did a joint library rec center facility, and we had this exact same dialogue of what can we share? Well, we can share a lobby. We can have everybody come into one door and they go that way for us and that way for you. Okay, we could share some public restrooms. Great, they're all off the lobby. Why build two? Super. Then we started getting, okay, well, maybe if there's a locker room function, could we share? Well, maybe the PD and the sheriff could be sharing a locker room, but there might be some issues of what if you left something in your locker, and we've got different, maybe there's some control issues. We could talk about it. Then conference, you know, emergency response type room, interview rooms, all have some potential. But also, okay, but if one group is using all the interview rooms because they've got something going on and we don't have any available for the other group when they need them, how does that work? You know, who really can control who has access to that conference room and when? They're all issues that can get worked through, but they're issues that have to get worked through. They don't just happen that you can share them. And so we went through this and kind of both sides came up with some estimates of, well, we think we could save about X square feet if we jointly were in a building versus separately. Yeah, we each build half as much lobby space, maybe. But the lobby probably has to be a little bit bigger because we've got two groups of people coming now. So each of our 100 square foot lobbies now come to 150 square foot lobbies, so maybe we save 25%. And you start to go where the square foot reduction isn't that much. It really isn't a ton of square feet, unless you just say, we're all one big department, and that's another level of conversation. So we did put some estimates to oh, sorry. So again, there's more detail behind all these budget numbers that will show you, but we went through the 4 options, and they're primarily, 3 of them are just sequence of when, which building would come online first and what that does or doesn't do to help both staff in terms of the impact on them and the public, and what impact they would have in terms of getting the services from us. So we had building a new public safety building first in this first option. Once that was done and space was available, we'd come back into this building, remodel this, and then the courthouse would be last. Good concept, because we have a new building we can use as the flex space, and people would move into there while this building was being remodeled. And then we come back in and move them back. Option 2, because we are ready essentially with that remodel plan for this building, we could get started on that and get that knocked out. The unfortunate piece about that is these people would have to live through this construction, and then immediately we'd start on another one right behind them here. We could either phase this remodel or move folks out into a temporary space. But the biggest impact on that is cost-wise. It starts to push, every time we push out inflation right now in Colorado for construction, it's running about 9% a year. A year ago, it was about 4%. So it's really ramping up. So every quarter we move a big piece out, it's costing some sizable dollars. So that caused us to want to look at how can we pull everything back as quickly as we can, and that was a concurrent option. If we could get staff into a temporary space that works, that's functional, that's accessible to the public, then we knock out both construction projects at once, minimize the impact on the staff and the public, get it all done, and come back into a finished project. And that helps push that construction line quicker, get out of that inflation mode as quick as you can. And then, again, the courthouse remodel happens after. The 4th option, which again, I think John made pretty clear, isn't off the table in terms of not being discussed, just hasn't panned out to be the preferred option, would be this joint facility. Essentially what they proposed is to build, they would design and build a building in which they would give us the ability to purchase an open space of X square feet that we could then build out to our liking. And so this kind of has a time parameter of them having to build the building, then we get in and do our piece. And that land cost component causes this option to cost more than the others. And that's the biggest piece. There are some construction savings, some order of magnitude. Hey, we're building a bigger building, our square foot cost will be slightly less. Yeah, absolutely, and that's built into our numbers, that there are some savings there. It's just not enough to offset the other side.
Rachel?
Yeah, one question is, well, for all of these, but particularly option 3, is the cost of leasing office space for the 1-year construction period while they're being done in the estimates?
We have, I think
But we don't want to tell anyone what we estimated.
Right, but you can just tell me if it's in there or not.
Yes, it is in there. Yeah, we
It
don't
is
wanna-
in there,
Yes, it is in
okay.
there.
Great, I appreciate that.
You've already negotiated it?
No.
No,
They don't.
We'll have estimating.
They
Yeah.
don't want
We have
the,
to negotiate it.
they don't want the parties they're negotiating with to know our budgeted amount.
I thought we were just going to give everybody a 1-year vacation.
Yeah.
I mean, there are lots of policy options to discuss there.
Yeah, but, overall, I was just going to say, I think that is going to be critical. I mean, there may be some phasing that maybe some offices on some floor don't have to move as soon as others. I don't know, that's a random guess. But, when the city remodeled without moving offices out a long time ago, it was hellacious. It was just really bad. And people didn't really anticipate how really bad week after week after week of trying to do your work or talk on the phone or something and having bolts and screws and noise and jackhammers. And, I think the, morale and to keep the employees and to keep the work function up, you just are going to have other space.
And based on our preliminary numbers, the savings to condense the construction in this building into one phase rather than spreading it out, it was over 5 phases.
Trying to phase it with you're back in, you're back out, you're up, you're down.
It's less expensive to move everybody out once, do this remodel once, and move them back than it is to do all the phases because it just drags the construction out.
George?
So in terms of moving people in and out and phasing, we've already got a jump start on that because we've got now the basement area, since housing has moved down, we've started to use that space. We've done work on the second floor in terms of HR. So I'm just trying to figure out how, hopefully we gain some on that.
I think not as much as you think.
Okay.
If you look at what happened in HR, for example, it's modular units, and we did the asbestos abatement. We're going to lose some of that work, but we had to do the asbestos abatement. We'll be able to reuse those modular units, and reset those up, but that's literally maybe a day, half a day of kind of setup. In terms of what's happened downstairs, yes, again, we've done some abatement, but really the space that's down there is exactly what we had down there with housing. In fact, we have the same furniture and such. IT is using it. And the challenge with this building is we've got to replace and redo the mechanical systems. We've got to redo all the walling and insulation. There is not much insulation in this building, which is quite frankly not consistent with our other values around conservation and energy efficiency and what have you. And so I think really you see this brought down. I'd say studs, but that's not right for a concrete tension building. I don't know what you'd say, but you're going to see this pretty much under our proposal gutted and redone from the inside, mechanicals, the whole 9 yards.
So then,
bathrooms.
if we were to start this tomorrow or next 6 months, is there enough commercial space in town that's available? I mean, have you looked at what's actually out there now, what may be out there in the next year or two?
I don't know that it will be in town necessarily versus in Picking County. There are a number of communities, some of which have more space with lower demand than Aspen, and that's going to have to be a discussion we'd have once we get pricing. To be honest, we have not aggressively gone out and looked at this point because we haven't had this discussion with the board, and we wanted to at least have one, we wanted you to be aware of what we were thinking, and two, to have some direction before we really started pursuing this.
Yeah, one last point, because unless we sort of start to identify other locations and costs, maybe option one makes more sense.
That's correct. And so none of these are off the table. What we're saying is right now, based on what we know and what we think we'll be able to bring to the table for you in terms of rental space and moving and the reduction in construction costs, and most importantly, avoiding the construction inflation that we're seeing right now, that this is our preferred option. If we get into it, and we're going to be nimble to the point where we're digging holes in the ground, if we get into it and find our assumptions were wrong, we can switch gears between these assumptions and come in and say, we got this wrong. We think now this option may be a better one to pursue because the rental space has moved or what have you. But we've got contingencies built into these budgets for those purposes.
Rachel?
Yeah, really quickly, two things. I recall from the earlier discussions, the earlier report, that there was a lot of interest in just demolishing this building and rebuilding it. And we've gone from a point of looking at it where we were going to do more energy efficiencies, to now layout for more efficiencies, to taking it down to the base.
Concrete.
The concrete. I'd like to make sure we're not missing the boat if we actually should just do a new building. If we're going to move everybody out to do that work, you know, we're starting to be at that point where we should be able to say, are we going to get more efficiency, better space? You know, you hear that a lot with people doing renovations and land use, where they say, look, it'd be a lot easier to tear this thing down and rebuild a brand new nice thing and to try to do the preservation. So I just want to make sure that's analyzed.
Yeah. And we did do that when we did the first design, you know, look at this building on a remodel. One of our first questions was, do we keep it because it's not the most attractive civic building? But I think we can acknowledge, I think we can do some things to improve it. But, you know, structurally and such, does it make sense to keep working with a building like this or to start over? What we found, and I think how we termed it to you guys, the bones of this building are actually really good. You know, it's pretty solid. We have unfortunate qualities like the pillars and such, which are inconvenient to work around, particularly for meeting room spaces. That doesn't change. But the bones of the building are good, and it has the potential to be highly flexible space. And the remodel was, I believe, at about 1/3 of our estimated cost of rebuild.
Okay.
And so because of that kind of difference, that delta, and Dave, would you still say it's probably about?
Yeah, I mean, right now, to do what we're talking about doing, we're at $175-ish a foot for the remodel and the addition, and we'd be
Way beyond.
every bit double that. To build it. Now, that's not to say that might not still be a
Option.
desired
Well,
option.
I was just wondering because, you know, we're going to be designing the 8560 based on the 8560, but if there was a synergy between developing the two sites and the two building, as opposed to a remodel and a new building, that again got us more space, got us better gains, better connectivity and things like that, maybe one boiler system instead of two, you know, I think it'd be worth looking at. And the last point is that, you know, perhaps where there's more fruitful conversations to be had with the city, it's about their timelines, their construction, and maybe partnering with them, because perhaps if they were able to complete their building and the sheriffs and the police could continue to operate for another couple of years together, and we could use that as a temporary rental building for our offices while we're doing this. You know, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's more opportunities with the city on temporary lease space than not.
And right now, because we have had some of those, our preferred option, I think, has us in construction first. And so that would be,
Okay.
discussions.
Yeah. George?
Rachel raises a point, though. When we did the original cost estimates in terms of what we were going to do with Plaza One, and came up with those scenarios, that was without taking into account an entirely new building.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have this, it's sort of a new discussion in a sense, because we were first just looking at renovating this building. Now we're looking at renovating this building and building a new building versus just one large new building. So,
but it's still, so I would look at it from a square footage basis. So to build back here, we're thinking is right around $550 a square foot. Is that still right, or did that go up? He's got all these formulas in there, so let's say that I think our baseline was $550 and it goes up in the out years, the farther out we go. Yeah. The renovation here is at $175, and so even if we build here, you know, if we scrape where you have a demolition cost, which wouldn't be, you know, terribly high, I wouldn't think, but we'll also then have that probably same kind of a per square footage construction cost of $550, and that's where I kind of got at. It's still about 1/3 the cost to maintain this square footage, and the bones are good. The mechanicals are not, the insulation is not, the layout's not, but the basic structure is good, so let's preserve and reuse that. And there's also a little bit of an environmental component in our thinking there, that it'd be better to reuse this existing infrastructure if it's solid and make it more energy efficient and make it more usable space. So that's why we landed on that, but you're right, we can run a scenario for the board, if that's something you want to see, of scraping this and rebuilding the entire square footage new, just so you have that kind of delta, that comparison to look at.
And there might be some efficiencies in terms of use of, this building is just not a perfect dimension in terms of width and length in today's office layouts. So might there be some, you take down this 17,000-ish square foot building and maybe only have to replace it with 15 because it's a much more efficient layout. That is a potential. I don't think it would get to the point where a new would be less dollars, but it may be a better solution even though it costs a few more dollars.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if it's, if it's not a tremendous amount of work, because it's kind of like the discussion that we had a while ago with CDOT in terms of the Glenwood Bridge. And Glenwood Town Council has sort of added a lot of niceties, and their rationale is, well, we're going to do it, let's just do it right, because it's going to last for another 100 years or so.
Yeah, I mean, that could open up some more parking opportunity. I'll give you that.
So we'll look at that for the board and at least have that comparison. We've been trying to keep it. One of our primary criteria was feasibility, and we start to get, we believe, out of feasibility around that $19 to $20 million range right now, at least for our existing budget.
Right, and I guess that'll be part of this presentation. The next question is, what are the options for financing?
Part of our budget conversation.
Yeah, but I can talk a little bit about where at least staff has landed and what you can expect to see, which I can do now if you want.
Well, can I just say something?
Yes,
There's the adage of reduce, reuse, or do without. And it seems to me we're actually fulfilling that. We're reducing our square footage needs based on our first R&L study. We're reusing the building. And we're doing without in terms of not having the best possible solution. But we're making do. So I think we're very close to a solution here, and I think we should keep that in mind, frankly.
And the budget's always the big question, and one of the reasons maybe we've constrained ourselves a little bit more in this effort is one of the goals that we laid out was trying to do this within our existing revenue streams, which are tight. We could not do the last master plan within our existing revenue streams. And so that's part of the scaling and trying to find reuse and all the things that we brought to the table that we didn't bring to the table in the past. And so staff has actually been meeting in its budget review team to develop a recommended budget for the board. And one of the themes you're going to see this year is one around infrastructure renewal and modernization, and that covers a lot of areas. But in terms of what at least staff is seeing as concerns, moving forward to our ability to continue to provide a high level of service, facilities are high on that list. I think you heard that from Joey in particular as one example of a department that's struggling to continue providing a high level of service out of the facilities. And we could parade a lot of section leaders in front of you with similar stories. And you'll have an opportunity to have that discussion. IT is another area where we're really trying to rework and rethink our infrastructure. How our policy infrastructure for how we work together, HR, there's really a focus on we need to renew and modernize our infrastructure. Facilities is consistently ranked #1 on that list. So when all the departments got together and started talking about budget, we identified that as, top priority. We're going to have to find a way to develop recommendations that fit that facility issue, renewal, modernization in first, and then, address other operating kind of concerns or issues. So what we are looking at, the county's used a mechanism, a financing mechanism called COPs, Certificates of Participation in the past. When you're able to do a facilities project, it's how we purchased this building, in fact, the way it was originally purchased. The trick with that is it needs to be done obviously within your existing revenues, and it's also an annual appropriation. It's something that the board revisits, kind of like a lease purchase agreement year to year. And so what we've done is estimated what do we think with contingencies we could budget to address these facility issues going forward. And so we intend to bring a proposed budget forward to you that includes use of fund balance, use of COPs, certificates of participation, and future revenues to fund up to $20 million with contingencies and facility projects for improvement. We believe we found a way to do that. We believe we're balanced in the long run doing that. And so we're not intending right now to put a plan in front of you that would require us to go out for additional taxes to the public as our past plans have. But it's going to tighten us up a little bit to do that. But we believe we've got a proposed budget to put in front of you that could make any of these options that we put in front of you happen on the timelines that we've laid out without asking for additional taxes. So there'll be a lot of discussion. I think that's going to be one of the major discussions, quite frankly, during our budget process. But we've got not a lot, but we've got a very healthy discretionary fund balance to dip into, and we also have some financing mechanisms available to us. So, and you guys will, it's going to take obviously a lot bigger discussion to see how that all balances out and what it means. But we're pretty confident we can bring that to you. We can finance this. Now, if we build this new, that may be a different discussion. If the board decides that what we're putting in front of you for the future isn't quite the right mix, that we need to do something different or that's going to add a lot of cost to the project, then we're going to need to have a different discussion, I think. But we've been trying to bring options forward that we could act on quickly and act on now.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I appreciate Michael's comments. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Obviously, that's the way we want to go. I was just curious if we had really looked at one unit versus two separate units.
It got eliminated pretty quickly, meeting that affordability criteria.
John, I think one of the things that's important to follow up more on through the budgeting process is what are the contingencies if our revenue streams do go in an opposite direction. And I don't know what these, certificates of participation, what that means if all of a sudden, we're not making the. I don't know how they work, but I'd like to see how that lays out if we do see another 2008, 2009,
And Rob, you're asking the exact right question, because the truth is, we're building these facilities because we absolutely need them, not because we want them. And we're not going to walk away from them, so that does not become a discretionary appropriation.
Yeah.
At least from an operations perspective. We're going to make that payment.
Yeah.
And so if we do hit a recessionary period or another period of downturn, we will, just like we had to in the past, have to make difficult choices about operations, depending on where the needs are. And so it's difficult to say we'll take it right from this department or such, but.
Question is, because
we
we've
can-
got this pretty healthy contingency fund that we've always had, the question is, what does that look like?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and it's really, you know, here's a worst-case scenario type of thing that keeps our prime services strong
Yeah.
during this period.
And I think what we'll be able to come back and tell you is we're healthier. We will still be healthier than we were when the 2001 downturn hit. That was, you know, difficult for the organization. And I believe we are as healthy as we were when the 2009 recession hit, and we survived that well. But, yeah, I'll take.
And the other aspects are, as you said, the CPI for construction, you know, the cost of construction growth, and if there's a downturn, well, that turns the other way. There are just a lot of unanswered questions that will be flushed out in long-term budget, plans. But it seems to me that the philosophies in years past, before I was on the board, as it was kind of the philosophy with our capital fund, was get the money and then spend it.
You're right.
And now our philosophy is, well, we need this, so let's find stuff from our future revenues to pay for it now. And that could be dangerous if you don't plan properly.
That's right. So we've always had what you'd call a pay-as-you-go versus pay-as-you-use on most of our capital expenditures. And pay-as-you-go means you save the money up and you spend it once you have it on the projects. And that's been our philosophy on roads and IT and those sorts of things. It actually hasn't been the county's philosophy on facilities. Actually, on facilities, we've engaged in this time a longer-term financing tool. We just haven't done it in so long, right? It's been a long time since we've done it that we're not used to seeing that. So it has been, it is consistent with the county's history to switch on the facilities issues to pay-as-you-use. And it's because those expenditures come so infrequently versus our road capital projects and other infrastructure projects are very consistent. We're putting in roughly $2 million a year, and we're saving up and spending on those. And
but
so,
much like our roads, where we aggressively saw an opportunity to put infrastructure in at a lower cost,
that's right.
We hedged that against sales tax dollars to some extent. Was the plan to pay back that fund through sales tax dollars?
And we've done
but it saved us millions of dollars in doing it that way. But it was a philosophy change of how money was going to be spent.
That's right. So I don't know, that's kind of complicated. We actually have more slides to go through with you guys, and I think we're running out of time.
But some of it, I think from my perspective, we've covered most of the topics. Again, we.
And Dave, could you just be clear, because Rachel, I think I heard you say we've got an 8,500 square foot building, but that's actually a building.
That's a footprint, yeah. So, from an FAR standpoint, this piece of property has a tremendous amount of buildable square feet that we could still put on the property. It's just obviously really tough to do that given the constraints on all the sides. So this is just conceptually something that probably attaches to this building for that ease of use both from the public and staff. It probably maybe attaches to the jail at some points to provide some of that safe access of sheriff vehicles coming in and being able to transport prisoners into the jail from that secure parking garage structure, and that has been a big thing for them. So whether or not physically and code-wise and all those other things we can come up with a design that makes that happen, we won't know that until we really start getting into the details of fire separations and all that sort of thing to see exactly what that footprint looks like. And but this is just conceptually where we think we'd be focused. I think I can use my mouse. Jody and I we were just brainstorming the other day that there's an outdoor kind of rec area for the prisoners right now on the jail that would get somewhat shielded and or covered by this. But we looked at this end of the building. There's a really probably good opportunity to go through the gym and come out onto a higher level deck that provides probably a better experience, if you will. So,
Penthouse.
yeah, yeah,
Sunshine.
yeah, sunshine.
That's the headline tomorrow, prisoners get penthouse.
Yeah. An outdoor space, it's an outdoor, but again, conceptually, we don't know exactly how it would tie into this building, but we think that's a desire. It's just trying to give you a picture for what that, and again, there's my somewhat cheesy rendering just to try to get a sense. Again, the building may not be 3 stories here, it may be some very different architecture that relates to a different sort of a feel and look. Just trying to show some measures of what it might be. So I think we already talked about most of the challenges here. So John took the luxury, and this wasn't in your packet, but as we just kind of talked coming from last week, I figured and with Jody's input, where are we looking to go from here? From our perspective, we're not looking for any decisions from you guys right now in this meeting. It's just as you move into that budget cycle, like you just said, that's where you'd be making some decisions on where you want us to go. But I did want you to understand what proceeding would mean from our end in terms of you knowing what those steps are. We still need to finish the programming. We didn't want to 100% finish all the programming until we kind of knew we were going in a direction that made some sense to you all. Because if none of this made any sense, well then that programming kind of piece just takes on a different life of, well, we're just fitting in exactly what we've got and let's look at things in that light. We would solicit design firm proposals, just as the city's getting ready to do. They said they'd have theirs out before the end of the year. And then we'd start in that preliminary design with the intent of confirming this is what we could build and this is what that would cost, and that's then that's a decision point of, hey, does that still work for everybody? Before there are milestones in this process of being able to say, yeah, that works. Go ahead, George.
This may be totally off the wall, but when you mentioned penthouses, all the commercial building that's happening in the city is being financed through the ability to go up a level, do penthouses, and sell them as a condominium.
Should the county be doing that?
No. In a word, no.
For the county manager, yeah, we could do a penthouse.
It had crossed my mind at some point, there's going to be potentially some affordable housing associated with this, and so I wasn't thinking so much in terms of penthouse, but and we haven't even talked really about this except to say what are we going to do about housing. There may be a housing component that would be appropriate, especially for our 24/7 responders. I don't know that a penthouse that, because we're going to have 24/7 operations with sirens and those sorts of things, I don't think we want to get into
Noise
contesting
complaints
those
over
as well as access.
He haven't turned the sirens down when they...
You thought being located over a bar was noisy?
Okay.
Steve, going to wrap up here fairly shortly if
It
we
says,
can.
how green do we want to be? Given the light of the dire straits the world is in terms of climate change, I would like to have our county facilities be net zero, which doesn't mean that it's completely efficient here. It's partly we mitigate with off-site renewable energy production, but if we can do these two buildings kind of together and try to achieve as much energy efficiency between the two buildings connecting them together using a common, highly efficient boiler, different things like that, connecting. And you ask if 2 or 3 story, and I would see that the new building aligning with this one by floors. So it would be basically a 4-story building with bottom being the parking, but then the other 3 stories would align. And if we could have a closed space on this side, like an atrium or something that lets light in, but it would make, have this whole side of the building could be tighter and able to share the heat somehow with the new building.
Yeah, all those are things that we're always going to consider in a public building. Typically, the way we bring a lot of these things back is as options, because a lot of the green strategies you just do as a matter of course now. I mean, Colorado's energy codes force you to do a lot of stuff, which is great. A lot of the things have a payback that's a short turnaround, and so we do them because they have a quick payback. Some of the items still have a longer term payback or don't. By the time you would pay it back, the equipment or whatever it is past its useful life. So those are kind of decisions that we're not deciding now. I wanted to have it here because we need to be thinking about it, but we'll be able to bring back options to say, hey, if we wanted to put enough photovoltaics on this building to do X, here's what that cost would be, here's what the payback would be, here's how much power that would net us, and then we can make a value call as to, is that appropriate? Because everything has a first cost, you have to offset it. And first cost here is an issue, given what John was saying, is that our ability to fund a bigger first cost is not unlimited.
And we have some opportunities to go after some core grants for not only design, but also for big building grants.
Yep, we've already started on the grant hunting, trail. We're getting ready to. We needed, to have this dialogue and know that any steps that we would take in terms of that were in line with what you all were comfortable with. We don't want to go out there asking for a grant for something that you don't want to do.
And often those grants can take 18 months, and we have to get on them as soon as we have an answer or direction from the board.
Yeah.
I've always been in the opinion with those grants, and this is kind of on a different topic altogether, but they should be things that we're going to do above and beyond. We always criticize those grants for things that people would do anyway, and it's not, pay for our fluorescent light bulbs when we're going to put fluorescent light bulbs already in it. It's, hey, we've got this great idea to save this extra amount of energy. Let's go above and beyond. So I don't see that as a budget savings. I see that as adding to the project.
Well, like for instance at the library, we're doing a green planted roof up there to save and use some of the watering. I think that's going over and beyond, and who knows what that will look like for us on this over here.
Yeah. Steve?
In terms of grants, the state has some grant money for courthouse things, and I don't know if it's for security. It might be for just really poor counties' courthouses, but it would be worth looking into anyhow.
Yeah, and we've actually got a company engaged to help us look for those grant opportunities, and what we found is most applicable to our community is exactly the types of things, Rob, you were talking about, is what could you do in addition, gray water collection system that maybe you weren't planning, but we definitely are going to have our eyes out for those grants. And Dave, before we leave this topic, we kind of assumed developing or building to a certain energy level in our cost estimates.
Yeah, at a minimum, these budgets are based on a LEED silver sort of a realm, because that's the kind of buildings that just are a minimum. And really what we're talking about is do we want to be LEED certified? Do we want to pay the fees to be it, even though the building design would be the same? Do we want to take it to another level in terms of LEED Gold, LEED Platinum? Do we want to make a statement based on some certain things? I did Grand Valley Power's headquarters down in Fruita, and because they're an energy company, we put photovoltaics on the building, not because it paid back, not because we weren't going for LEED certification. It was just who we wanted to be as a community member, a leader in that realm. And so, different groups kind of make that value call as to what's most important.
What else do we need to discuss here?
I think what we would just like an indication on, we threw out 4 options, we threw out a preferred option, there's some discussion. Just are we on the right track here to keep proceeding forward, to be planning our budget this way, to be starting to look further at programming and that sort of thing. So,
Okay, supporting the staff option, preferred option.
Yeah, it looks like we should be looking at that more thoroughly from a budgetary standpoint when budget comes around and see how that works.
thank you guys.
All right, we're moving into our memos of interest, which there are none, and then future agendas. We do have a late memo of interest that was added. Do you want to tackle that first? Or?
Yeah, we were either going to do that during open discussion. I think we posted it a little bit later under MOIs. I believe that's probably why we have people in the audience. I'm just guessing, and so it may make more sense if it's okay with the board to go ahead and talk about the Sky Mountain Park project. Am I reading that right? Is that why you guys are here? Okay. And I think I have the pillars. I don't see Dale.
I see Dale.
Dale's back there.
Is Jonathan here, Dale? Okay. So we have Dale Will and Jonathan Lowski and Janet
Jonathan's
Urquhart.
here.
And, is that a print of a memo you guys have? Great. You have yours, I did not have a printout. Thank you.
GR, you want to put those lights on in the back?
Let's take 2 minutes while they come up here, because Michael just stepped out and I'm going to fill up my water. They're probably going to turn on. Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. We're going into our memos of interest. We have one kind of late added memo of interest regarding some of the cutting that's going on, the habitat restoration on Sky Mountain Park. There were several people that had sent some emails just kind of inquiring about what's going on in there, and we were trying to get proper information to them. It kind of sparred bringing this up as a memo of interest. For the people in the audience, just for your reference, this is a work session. We generally don't take public comment on the work session, but we're going to hear from our staff members to get a better understanding about what's going on there, and hopefully we can alleviate some of the questions and concerns that have come up via some of those emails to us. And Dale Will, our staff from the Director of Open Space and Trails, is here, and Jonathan is here to give us the wildlife perspective.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. I'll go back a couple of years to when we were working on the management plan for Sky Mountain Park. We started that process with a wildlife inventory that identified that some of these stands of Gamble Oak have gone into a state where the ecologists are saying they're overly mature, that crowns are starting to die on them, and the wildlife inventory then recommended that some management occur to set back the succession on those stands and re-stimulate new growth. There's a suite of benefits that come from that Jonathan will get into. That wildlife inventory was then integrated into the Sky Mountain Park management plan that was adopted in 2010 that calls for the treatment of 300 acres of Gamble Oak within the park to kind of reset the clock on the life cycles of the oak and create more diversity up there for the benefit of wildlife. That plan was adopted in 2010 and essentially has just been waiting for our implementation schedule to catch up. Gary Tenenbaum, who unfortunately can't be here today, he's down in Denver on a family matter, sent out a letter on September 3rd to homeowners in Brush Creek saying, okay, now the time has come and we're going to do the first phase of this habitat work on Sky Mountain Park that involves cutting some stands of oak. And that's what has brought us now to interactions with the public. Frankly, I think that it's healthy for people to take an interest in this, and it's an opportunity for us to talk more about the habitat management. So Jonathan Lowski is our wildlife biologist that's consulting on this and has been in these stands of oak and has identified these areas. I would note that they're laid out with these irregular shapes on them so that from a distance, once this is done, it should have a natural appearance of something like a natural disturbance. Generally, it's wildfire that will set the oak back, although the oak that Jonathan will talk about haven't had any of that kind of disturbance due to fire suppression in this area. So Jonathan can take us deeper into the ecology of these stands and how this decision was put in the management plan.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Michael.
What did you mean by setback the succession? What are you talking about?
Well, oak are fire-adapted species that relies on disturbances to regenerate themselves. If you look at places like South Canyon near Glenwood or even Yellowstone where wildfires occur, the regrowth of fire-adapted species is pretty quick from the roots, and oak are adapted to have that as part of their cycle. So when I said set the clock back, that's what we're referring to, is start that cycle over again.
So oak go through a growth, and then if they're not disturbed, what happens?
Well, that's we're just talking about that. Yeah. Sometimes they will go on to kind of a healthy climax state when we inventoried Sky Mountain Park, we found these areas where the tops are starting to die, and the oak are going to continue to decline of their own.
So, yeah, up at Sky Mountain Park, the folks that did the initial bioinventory correctly identified the fact that although there is a lot of healthy gamble oak, healthy mature gamble oak up at Sky Mountain Park, there's also areas that are in steep decline. They're what we call decadent. And decadent essentially means that they're sick, they're not healthy, and what it looks to us, and I identify these stands with our plant ecologist who's been studying oak for probably 30 years on the west slope. And a lot of the oak in the upper Roaring Fork Valley has suffered from what's called frost kill. And it's basically what happens is during the beginning of the growing season, when those little buds are just coming up, and as you probably know, oak is one of the last things to green up. It's adapted to prevent this frost kill by greening up after the service berry and after the choke cherry. But if there's just a few days that are more than 5 degrees below freezing, when those buds are coming out, those buds get killed. As you can recall, we've had a few really bad bear years in the past 10 years when we had no acorn production. Those were those years that we had those frost kills. And so what happens is if you have too many of those frost kill years within a certain amount of time, let's say you have 3 or 4 of those within a 10-year time frame, the crowns of the oak begin to die. And that's because they're weakened by these frost kills, and then fungi and insects then attack. And at Sky Mountain Park, if you can go to the next. Actually, let's go to the photos. Yeah. So this is a picture of one of the trees that's just beginning. You can see at the top that there's less production up there. There's less leaf growth. And then the next one after that. And this is a good example. There are entire stands up there that look just like this. They're really unhealthy. There are bugs up there, including cankerworm and a species of inchworm. They're attacked by fungi like perennial canker and leaf blister, and then they get this heart rot where this fungus eats them from the inside out. And so the stands that we identified up there were done on ecological terms. These were stands that for the most part, the entire stand was in poor shape. And in contrast to that, go to the next one. There are some really healthy stands, and this is what a healthy stand up at Sky Mountain Park looks like. You have, and it's hard to see in this light, but you don't see any crown kills up there. You don't see dead branches at the top. You also see in there are some spaces in there where you have other species of shrubs, some lower growing shrubs, and some younger gamble oak going up there. So there is species diversity and there is successional diversity. And just to remind you guys, succession is basically as a forest ages over time following some sort of disturbance, whether it's beetle kill, rock slide, avalanche, or fire. You have certain species that are pioneer species, like aspen or gamble oak, that come in, and then over time, either there's successional changes in the species composition, like the spruce will come in and eventually crowd out the aspen, overshadow them, or someplace like this, where you eventually just get on the more northerly and easterly facing slopes, you'll have it dominated by gamble oak. And it'll get so dense that it'll crowd out the other species and it'll shade out the understory species, so you don't have a lot of grasses and forbs growing in the understory. Now, there are wildlife species that depend on the very mature, dense species. There's a bird that's a species of concern you've probably seen in some of the management plans called Virginia's warbler.
they only live in this stuff. They require this. But there's lots of other birds and small mammals that depend on the more open stands, particularly because they need that undergrowth of edible forage. What research has shown is that the trees that produce the most acorns are those trees that are really big, really thick, 10 inches in diameter at breast height or bigger, with greater than 80% of a live crown, unlike those pictures we saw earlier, which had a dead crown. Then the other, from the wildlife habitat perspective, aspect that we look at with the oak is palatability of the leaves. So deer, elk, and lots of small mammals depend on the forage of those palatable leaves. And so the palatability of the leaves decreases over time. So palatability is greatest when they're young. That decreases over time, but acorn production increases. But we have stands up there that are old and big, but they have dead crowns, so they're not producing acorn. And we don't have any young growth that's producing that highly palatable, nutritious forage for, again, deer, elk, and lots of other small critters. So the idea behind this effort has multiple objectives. One is, and this is the foremost, is ecologically, because we have fire suppression in this valley that's really good. I don't know, since I've been here for 16 years, we've never had a major fire in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley, and I think it goes much longer than that. Steve could probably tell us when the last major fire was. But if you look at fires we've had down in Missouri Heights, the Panorama Fire, then the Storm King Fire and the Coal Seam Fire, the response rate of oak when it burns is tremendous. When the Panorama Fire happened on Missouri Heights, that season, you had a huge growth of young oak suckers coming up. Gamble oak rarely germinates from acorns. It almost always reproduces vegetatively by throwing up suckers from stems and roots. So there's been talk about the fact that the idea is to clear cut this. That's the furthest thing from the truth. Those stands that we selected were unhealthy stands. For the most part, they are north and easterly facing. So they tend to be have the moisture soils and the densest stands. Within that, the gentleman that Open Space and Trails selected to be the contractor to do these treatments is a very, very experienced guy that's been doing this all over the Western Slope for a long time. And I actually just met with him the other day. And the objective here is to not mow the whole thing. Because if you mow the whole thing, what you end up with is something much worse than what you started with. The idea is to go in there, treat these ecologically similar stands that are unhealthy, leave the healthy stuff behind within the patch. And if we can go forward a little bit. So yeah, this is just another picture of, just see that, yeah. And within each of those stands, so within those really 6 stands, there's actually some really healthy stuff as well. There's what we call arborescent oaks. So that's some of what Dale was referring to. So arborescence means tree-like. So instead of shrub-like, they're really tall. They're widely spaced, and underneath there's this really nice grass forb layer. It's the kind of oak that cattlemen really like because it shades the soils, preserves the moisture content, and helps provide a great substrate for those nutritious grasses and forbs to grow in there. So within each of those polygons that you saw on that map, there's going to be patches of leave-behind trees. So none of these are going to be these consistently mowed stands. So you can go forward.
So Jonathan, how do they cut? What do they do?
So they use a, it's called, I wanted to say, I'm drawing a complete blank, masticator. It's basically a machine that comes down and just chews it up and makes it into wood chips.
So they do that on an individual basis?
They do one tree at a time. So it can be very selective. You can do one tree here and miss this tree right here. One of the directives that he has is in these moisture areas, there's also a lot of serviceberry. Chokecherry. Chokecherry also grows vegetatively and responds well to being cut. So we told him he'd feel free to cut the chokecherry, but serviceberry only grows back from seed, and it only grows back from seed that's been eaten. It's got to go through the gut of an animal, and around here it's often bears. So he's been directed to avoid any serviceberry within these stands. This picture right here is from your memo that Gary took at Smuggler Mountain Open Space of oak before it was treated, and you can see how dense it is up at the top, and then below 2 years after the treatment, and it looks great from my perspective. It doesn't look like it's been, when you think of like a northwestern clear cut, looks like it's been devastated for years. This is healthy, and you can see the young oak coming in, but you can also see a good mix of grasses and forbs in there as well. This is a lower Smuggler Mountain. Janet just took these the other day. This is 2 years after the cut. 1 year after the cut. And again, if you look in there, you can see a great diversity of species. For the next one. And this is what happens when you cut oak. See that great growth just the following year.
Was this masticated with the same machine?
Yeah, because you can tell that, often if you're on a slope that's too steep, they'll go in there with chainsaw crews. They often use those prison crews, but you can tell from that rough cut that it's been from a masticator. And there's different names for them, hydroaxes also. So the growth response rate is great. So the intent up here is to do this treatment or cutting in October when the oak are already turning colors, the leaves are starting to turn brown. So by the time they're done with it, from a visual perspective, it will be brown on brown. The snow will soon follow, and by the following spring, you're going to have a really good, robust growth of young oak sprouting from what's left behind. Now, in this image, you can see this purple line, and I drew this pretty quickly, but this is this Cozy Point Ridge geographic area with Shale Bluffs over here, the airport. And this is all mixed mountain shrubland. This was carved out. This is Hidden Valley over at Snowmass, Owl Creek Road. But this is about 1,900 acres as a rough guess. What we are planning to cut this year is less than 105 acres. So that's about 5% of that total area that's going to be cut. Now, just go to the next slide real quick, just to show you. So that's that whole 1,900 acre area, and the green is the total area that's going to be cut this year. I hate to do this if you go all the way back to the second slide.
That's the south side of the ridge, correct?
This here? This is the north side of the ridge. This is the ridge. This is Owl Creek Ranch right here. Yeah. So this is a 3D image, and this is tilted down. This isn't flat like the world is. So if this is Brush Creek Road here, this is Brush Creek here, and if you're looking out this way, this is that road that comes by the stables that are there. And so even if you were at the highest points on Brush Creek Village or Pioneer Springs, based on the topography, you would never see every piece of this. And again, this is tilted at an angle. So if this was flat, there would be only a tiny percentage of any of these patches that you would actually see. In fact, this one here, which is one of the largest, you probably wouldn't barely see any of it. But again, you can see that these are based on both topography and natural boundaries within those the vegetational communities there. And that's about it. So just to go back to what Michael was saying a little bit, oak, and Dale described it pretty well. Oak is a fire-adapted species. We've been fighting fire here for a long time. This, to the best of our ability, this ridge will never burn. If it were to burn, again, those of you who've lived through the Storm King fires and the coal seam fires, when oak starts burning, it burns hot, it burns fast, and those embers can move for miles. We know that just a few years, well, 10 years ago, that coal seam fire jumped both the highway and the river. So I believe it is in the best interest of this community to create these natural fire breaks. So it's not only will benefit wildlife habitat and wildlife, but it'll also benefit the community. And some of you have been presented by the White River National Forest, their big Roaring Fork Habitat project that they've been doing. They've been treating hundreds of acres of Avalanche Creek, on Basalt Mountain, above Faloha Meadows. They've been doing this exact same thing. And it's widely understood by natural resource professionals through the Southern Rockies that oak throughout the entire Southern Rockies is over mature, and large areas of it are unhealthy and need a little bit of help.
Questions? George?
This is for Dale. Dale, you said that the master plan was adopted in 2010. Can you just tell us the process leading up to that and who was involved?
Sure. I can't remember the number of public meetings, but there were numerous public meetings with successive drafts of the management plan. There were also newspaper reports about this as it was emerging, and I pulled some of those that note that this is being integrated into the plan. The plan eventually was then presented to Snowmass Village, Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Board, your board, as well as the City of Aspen, and was adopted that way after a significant amount of public scoping.
But can you tell who was sort of involved in that process, let's say besides Jonathan, that helped put together the master plan?
We had
whether from professional to citizens?
Yeah. Again, we started out with our biological inventory. We had a good cross-section of public participation. Also, the Colorado, at that time, the Division of Wildlife, now Parks and Wildlife, participated in that. There is an email from Kevin Wright that's in the materials, and all of that input was synthesized into the plan.
So one thing to follow up what Dale was saying, a different consulting group did the biological inventory that included Sky Mountain Park, Western Ecological, and their wildlife biologist and plant ecologist came up with these recommendations, and our team of our plant ecologist and me, the wildlife biologist, completely agree with them as well. So you had two different groups of experts that have worked on this and completely agree on it.
Michael and Steve?
So when you say fire adapted, what do you mean by fire adapted?
So it means that they respond positively to fire. There are species that don't do well by fire. An example would be a spruce fir forest. Spruce fir forest, the fire return time is about 450 to 500 years. And it's stand replacement fire, and it takes about 400 years for that stand to return to what it once was. Whereas ecological communities or vegetative communities like Gamble oak dominated shrublands and and lodgepole pine are referred to as fire adapted because their return time is much more frequent. Gamble oak is anywhere from 20 to 100 years. Lodgepole pine, it's anywhere from 150 to 200 years on average across the greater landscape. So if you think of those Yellowstone fires, if anybody's ever been back up there, a few years after those fires, there was a carpet of lodgepole pine seedlings. And lodgepole pine cones are what are called serotinous. They only open as a result of heat. For the most part, they do produce some cones that pop open from sunlight, but so over 90% of them are this serotinous, and they will lay dormant. The fire comes through, boom, they pop open. The fire comes through, creates a bunch of new nutrients in the soil, and they respond in a robust manner. Same with oak. All the fires that we've had on the west slope, in oak, it burns, and then again, within a year, you have a carpet of these young suckers coming up, and within a few years, you've got a nice young oak shrubland. And as I said, there are some species that do really require that mature oak, but probably 90% of the oak on the western slope of Colorado is in this mature state. So what we don't have are these early successional. There's a paucity of it across the landscape. The same is the case with aspen. There's not, because of disturbance suppression, there's not a lot of it. So there's an effort to create more of that and to emulate these natural disturbance regimes in lieu of allowing wildfires to burn.
So the fire, or in this case mastication, destroys a sort of upright tree, but doesn't destroy the roots of the tree?
Right,
Is that what
that's
happens?
exactly right. It doesn't touch the roots.
And then the roots produce growth immediately.
And if it was to happen in the early summer, it would happen within weeks. But since we're doing it in the fall, the good thing about doing these treatments in the fall, it's when the plant is naturally pulling its nutrients back down into the root system. That's a natural thing that in temperate climates that trees do. So it brings it back down to the root system so that when you cut those dormant branches up above, it's not going to damage that rootstock at all.
Steve?
I have three different questions. One, you mentioned there were 300 acres of mature oak in Sky Mountain Park. Is this 105 acres, is this the only part that's like a definite stands, or is it just that you're limiting, ultimately there would be 300 acres you'd like to masticate, but you're doing 100 acres this year, or is this going to be kind of it for now, given the state of the health of the rest of it?
The plan proposes phasing this so that you get spread among the ages that are coming back. So the plan as adopted does anticipate an additional 200 acres over 10 years.
Because what you don't want to do is go in there and cut 300 acres all at once, because again, you end up with what you started with or even worse. So you want to stage it over 10 or 20 years.
Steve, can I follow up on that?
Sure.
So the time cycle of the staging and stuff, I mean, is it something, we do this over, like you said, a 10 or 15 year period, we get the full 300 acres that are planned of this much larger area. Does that mean we start again 15 years from now with the first section, or is it good for 40 years? Is it good for 30 years? What's the long cycle? Because I understand part of what probably some people are upset about is the visual impact this year or next year.
Yeah.
And that's going to change over a couple of years. But when we do wildlife protection stuff, or we do, this is less of a wildfire thing, but there are some aspects there. We look at 30 years down the road, 40 years down the road. But talk a little bit about that time cycle of what we're looking at here to maintain a healthy forest in the absence of a lightning strike that's going to take a section of this mountain down.
Well, this is sort of this effort is a smaller version of what we were trying to do up in the greater Smuggler Hunter Creek area, but it's the same objective, is to reset the trajectory of this succession. So again, rather than having this 1,900 acres of the same age class of Gamble Oak and mixed mountain shrubland up there, if you do 100 acres now and then stage a few more cuts over a certain amount of time, 10, 15 years or so, you should be okay for a few decades before you would have to do anything again there. Who knows whether we get a lightning strike there or something else, and nature might take care of it. But so what we want to do is this is probably going to be the largest cut in 1 year, is 100 acres, and then you're going to do these smaller patch cuts, and you're going to offset them every certain amount of time. I'm not sure what Gary's thinking, but 5-10 years, so that again you've got these different age classes that are staggered across this 1,900 acre landscape. The one thing to point out is that not everything up there is the same. Everything on the north side of the ridge, the stuff that's more north and easterly facing, is completely different than the stuff that's facing over by Owl Creek, which is more due south facing and it's just really baked. That stuff you never have to treat because it's oak, mountain mahogany, and bitter brush, and nothing really grows bigger than that.
Steve, do you want to continue?
Second question, would the equipment be able to drive every place on this 105 acres, or are there parts that would have to be
we try
chainsaw and do some hand stuff?
We tried to control for slope and not select the stuff that was real steep, and their equipment can go on pretty darn steep stuff. There's probably going to be some hand cutting up there as well. But that's going to be one of the things that also determines some of the leave behind stands. And one thing some of you may be familiar with the work that was done on Light Hill by the BLM and Division Wildlife. I guess that was probably 10 years ago.
2008.
2008. So 8 years ago or 6 years ago. I can't do math. And I'm not a big fan of what they did up there because the matrix, the greater area is the cut, and then they did these long, skinny little leave behind stands. We're doing the opposite here. We're leaving behind most of it, and we're doing these patch cuts within that greater mosaic of trees. So they're patches, and again, I understand why there would be concern about the visual aspects of this, but first of all, I think there's going to be a very short period of time where you're actually going to be able to see the cut stuff before the snow falls, and then once the spring happens you're going to start seeing green, and you're going to see different shades of green, and because of the topography also you're never going to be able to see all 100 acres of what's been treated up there, and I think it's going to be a small fraction of that will be visual to anybody except from the air.
And last question, some of those pictures of the decadent aspens look like my winter firewood supply. Did I go out on a ranch and I can turn a stand that looks like that into something that looks pretty decent just by removing the dead stuff for my firewood supply. Now I don't know if you did that, just like selective thinning, could you bring a stand back in the way that you envision, or would you still want to either burn it or masticate it to get that young growth?
So one of the benefits of using this masticator equipment is you produce wood chips that are hopefully about 2.5 inches deep in some of these areas, and they serve as a beneficial mulch that actually retains soil moisture and helps the regeneration. When you use chainsaw crews, you do basically cut and scatter. So you cut the trees, you cut them down to about 2.5 feet pieces, and then sort of distribute them across the landscape, and you don't get that beneficial soil moisture retention. But in some of these areas, and that's between Gary and the contractor, they might. The guys that do this work with the chainsaws, I've watched them, and it is amazing how fast they can work. Obviously, the machinery can work a little faster, so that they're actually on the ground for a shorter period of time. But so with the equipment, the contractor will probably be out here 8 days or so to do all of this, and then it'll be done.
Additional questions? Thoughts?
There's a lot of public here. Maybe they could have a few questions.
Yeah, if anybody in the public would like to ask a question or two. Chair?
No, I would just like to make a statement.
Yeah.
No, not a question, but...
Statement's fine. Gerald, just stand up and introduce yourself.
I'm Gerald Grayson. I live in Brush Creek Village. First of all, I'd like to say I appreciate very much and respect the work that Open Space and Trails does, and it's important work. The reason I got excited about this is because those hills are a precious resource, and I don't think that the visual impact is going to be as little as is said. If you drive along there and take a look, it is absolutely, those hills are gorgeous. And they're the very rare example in the area of someplace that's pristine and the way it has been for hundreds of years. And it's done very well for hundreds of years, and nature has taken care of it. I'm sure it can be improved. If there weren't a visual impact to it, I would say, do it. But there is no ticking time bomb here. It's done fine for years, and if left undisturbed, it will continue to do fine for years. Sure, there are fire risks, but there are fire risks everywhere in the valley, and there are trees like this everywhere in the valley. In Brush Creek Village, we're filled with gamble oak, and they're all old, and they're all having the same conditions as there. Unless we're going to go broadly and eliminate fire risks everywhere, this is tokenism in regard to minimizing fire risks. This is, to me, a precious resource. And regarding the grow back, yes, first of all, I think you can see it from Brush Creek Road very easily. You can certainly see it from my neighborhood. A lot of my neighbors overlook it. Every time I drive the road, I see it, and I'm sure those areas are going to be visible. Even though they're small, the visual impact reminds me of someone with a big smile with a tooth missing, or two teeth missing. It's going to look odd, and it's not going to grow back so quickly. Take a look at not from these pictures, because you can't see what those hills look like in the pictures. They're uniform, and they're beautiful, and they're untouched. And if you cut down areas like that, and they're going to be a different color, they're going to be a different texture, and they're not, and it's going to look odd. And it's not going to look odd until the spring. It's going to look odd for years. And I just think this is not work we have to do. It's good management, but you have to balance against that the importance to the area of that visual scene. We bought the Drosty property because it's an incredible resource. It's beautiful. It's great hiking. But more than anything else, it's visually so appealing to everybody who drives along. If you're, how many people a day, residents and visitors, approach Snowmass, and seeing that, uninterrupted expanse, 3 miles of unbroken hills, to me is very pleasing. It will be pleasing to property owners, and it'll be pleasing to visitors. And If you do this, you can't undo it. You can always put off doing it, but you can't undo it. We'll be living with this for several years before the brush grows up and fills in, to look the way it does now.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else like to? Yeah.
I'm Austin Weiss. I'm the open space manager for the city of Aspen. And I just wanted to voice our support for the project. I think it's an important wildlife enhancement for the property. And as Jonathan and Dale mentioned, the perfect example is the work that was done up on Smuggler Mountain in very, very visible zone. And it has come back beautifully. And I think that was a real success of this exact same operation. So we support it.
Thanks. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Yeah.
We've got pine beetle kill around in forests everywhere around here, not near as much as Vail and Grand County and Summit County. But why aren't we spending dollars to eliminate those trees that are already dead and create a fire hazard?
We are. We are. We're spending a lot of dollars on the Smuggler Mountain area. There's been a lot of beetle kill restoration up there. There's been a subsidence of the, not a major subsidence, but a fall off of it. So we have been watching it very closely and spending a lot of resources, staff time on watching it and what's to do best. So it's not a we're spending money on this, so we can't spend money on something else. Rachel?
Well, additionally, I think that most of the beetle kill trees are really on Forest Service public lands as opposed to the open space lands that we've purchased and can use the open space monies on. You know, so the Forest Service is begging for more money from DC to be able to do more pre-treatment. Unfortunately, every year the fire season gets so crazy it eats up all their prevention budget. And there's been a lot of efforts at the national level to try to push to have the fire budget separate from the prevention budget. But right now it's just not, they're not giving them the resources to deal with it appropriately.
Steve?
I've seen the results of some of the BLM and Forest Service efforts on Basalt Mountain and on Light Hill, where you end up with like windrows going up the hill as the appearance of it. And I really like the fact that this will be kind of a mosaic. And if you look at the one picture of Smuggler Mountain treatment, where they didn't take every tree and grind it up, they left the healthy trees there. And so it doesn't, I mean, I don't think it probably looked at all like a clear cut. It looked more like if a fire had gone through and done the mosaic pattern and not burning everything, but just here and there. And I have a feeling that's what this would look like more than the idea of clear-cut forest where everything's removed and it looks ugly for a long, long time.
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, I guess we don't really have a, quote, decision point at this meeting. I know I've read the letters that have come in and the concerns, and I can understand those. In some ways, the request is, will you stop this project from going forward? And I just can't get behind that. I can respect the concern, but I will make a couple of comments. First, I have a tremendous faith in the ability and the expertise of our staff and the people that they've worked with and the management plan that was developed. And there's kind of some misperceptions out there. They may look healthy from a distance, but they're not healthy stands. They're not healthy stands of trees, and they do not provide good wildlife habitat. I first got involved in that whole Burnt Mountain area and Drosty property in a way when Picken County put its wildlife task force together in the 90s. And there were strong issues with the elk and the elk migration corridor and everything in that area. And so literally to have gotten 20 some odd years later and been able to purchase this property, I think the county share was close to 12 million. realizing a lot of people put in a lot of different pots, between GoCo Lottery and the Land Trust and the Owl Creek homeowners and all. And it was as much to preserve the visual effect of there would have been 9 homes up there and driveways cutting all through it and everything like that. So we prevented that. But we also purchased it for the wildlife corridor qualities and to stop that habitat from being fragmented. This is just a critical link to those calving areas. This is their last hurdle before they can give birth, over on the other side of Owl Creek. And as we see kind of the diminishing quality of the feed and the forage that's on that hillside, that's problematic. It was raised that a lot of homeowners associations haven't taken out their Gamble Oak. Well, we've been trying to encourage people to deal with their own fire dangers and their own neighbors. And I know the county commissioners from El Paso County in these areas that have just gone up in smoke and lost hundreds of homes. And people don't realize how endangered they are because it looks so nice. And once it starts, it's too late to do any of that. But we've actually hired a fire manager to try to work with homeowners association to say you've got to clear defensible space. You've got to work in your own neighborhoods to do this. And it's not something the county can force or should force people to do, but it is quite a risk. We're all very lucky. It's been a very green and wet summer and the drought has abated somewhat, but those conditions are hard to predict from year to year. And so, I think, again, we're not clear cutting. We're selectively managing in specific nodes where these sort of improvements are needed. I think it's reasonable to look at the idea that, we're not rushing forward for the next 100 acres or the next 50 acres or whatever after this, that we can all confirm the regrowth is happening, that it's successful, and see the benefits of it before we proceed with anything else. But, we've had numerous meetings with Kevin Wright, former Division of Wildlife, now Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and it's about the declining health of our elk herds. We have the lowest deer herd populations that almost ever recorded in the valley. They've reduced their target numbers for population because they said they just cannot sustain those old targets anymore in our area. And it's a combination of factors. It's outdoor winter recreation, which moves the animals around a little too much, even if it's just a cross-country skier crossing the field. The animals get nervous, they burn their calories, it's not good for them. Residential development in areas where we try our best to keep it away from severe winter range, but we can't. This is a true refuge for those animals. And to get there and then not have decent foods, the taller trees are hard to even reach up to the leaves. They can't eat the trunks. They have to eat the more tender branches and the leaves. And so the bigger and bigger they get, it's like, they'd have to turn into giraffes to really be able to feed off them anymore. And so, Kevin's letter to us is pretty clear. He talks about Colorado Parks and Wildlife strongly supports the proposed habitat improvement project on Sky Mountain Park. It's important for the overall health of the elk and mule deer which utilize the property. Much of our winter range in the Roaring Fork Valley is in poor condition, over-mature, decadent, and less available, too large and too tall to be used for much browsing. He goes on about that quite a bit. It's important to set back the succession and physically treat these areas. And then mule deer and elk are on a declining diet in the winter. They don't gain weight, but they lose it. It's important to provide foraging areas free of disturbance and stress that provide good forage and help minimize the weight loss. Mule deer populations are at an all-time low. Elk production measured in the number of calves to 100 is not good, and it's not where it should be. A good, healthy elk population should have a production of around 48 calves per 100 cows. We are averaging in the mid-30s. It indicates that something's wrong, and he again says it's a combination of those factors. Recreational pressures on winter range, transitional range, production areas, and poor winter range conditions. And so I have a hard time saying that visual should go over appropriate management. And I think, Gerald, that was your comment that we should pick visual over the good management. And I can't in good faith to all the taxpayers who put money in to make this purchase happen, for wildlife. I mean, if anything, the feedback I've gotten from people is, why are you doing so many trails? I thought this was going to be a wildlife refuge, and you should be managing it strictly for the wildlife. And we're trying to manage it for multiple purposes and multiple benefits. And I can't see a compelling reason to pull back and not move forward with this project.
Yeah, let me see if any commissioners.
I just want to say, we've got
Carol, quickly.
Yeah, that was addressed to me, so let me please respond to it. 105 acres out of the entire size of this valley is not going to make any appreciable difference in either wildfires or wildlife, but the visual impact will be very substantial, and I think it's very important to the economy of the valley to have an area of beauty like that. One thought is, if everybody is in favor of doing it, maybe do one section and see how it looks, and then decide if you want to continue doing the rest.
Thank you. So this is scheduled to move forward on October 6th, and I don't see any board support to postpone it at all at this point. So, but I do think we should have some feedback as to how it's going, certainly how it grows back next year, that sort of stuff. Because as you said, this is one piece of a 300+ acre allotment that may be scheduled over a larger period of time to be done.
I agree, and I think it's also incumbent on us to really work closely with the contractor during that 8 to 10 day period and reiterate that it's not every tree. If there's healthy stands within these clusters, they should stay. Protecting the service berry, things like that. I mean, it's not like we're just going to let them loose and then say, oh boy, he didn't do what we said. We need to be right on top of that as well.
And the overlying factor on some of the visual aspects is, our ability to make a healthy environment in this large asset to the county is over a 10, 15, 20-year period of time that we're looking at. It's not, is it going to be perfectly beautiful next year? Hopefully it'll come back and minimize some of the visual aspects next year, but health for a forest is looked at over decades. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
So, Rob, we have several more items, and we have a board appreciation.
Is there any items that we can move to open discussion tomorrow?
What I was going to suggest is we have a letter on Sewell Dodd Conservation Easement that John Ely was involved in drafting. We could possibly talk about that tomorrow during open discussion. I'd also suggest talking about future agendas during tomorrow's open discussion, if the board is open to that. But I did have GR drive all the way in for another open discussion item that George had requested regarding an update on CMAQ funds. And I wonder if we might take a few minutes so that GR doesn't have to come visit us again tomorrow. Sure. And so, George, you had requested an update and open discussion about where we're at with our CMAQ funds and our CMAQ agreement. And the board may or may not recall, but this year we had looked at using some of our CMAQ funds, and I can't for the life of me remember what that stands for. GR will fill us in. But for the purchase of electric vehicles to include in our fleet. And so, GR, where are we on all that? And what does CMAQ stand for?
Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Grant.
Thank you.
It's a grant that we get every 2 years. With the county's portion, it's $200,000. But just to be brief, we've been working with CDOT for, seems like about a year now on this. We received the IGA last Thursday, so we'll be bringing that before the board. It will probably take us another few weeks to get it into the packet after it gets vetted throughout staff. That was about a 7-month process, is to get our IGA. And then after a couple months of going back and forth, over our RFP for the electric charging and the vehicles, we were told that it was missing 3 words. That didn't get caught when we vetted that RFP the first time with the...
Pretty please?
Yeah, with the vetting, with CDOT. So we'll need to put that RFP back out. We're going to be looking to see if some of those vehicles might be on the state bid coming out here in a few weeks. But we're looking at several different options. We'll have a much better understanding after that 3-week ad where we're going to be at budgetarily to see if we have any funding left over from this project that can be either used for something else or to add on to the project.
So, GR, the IGA with CDOT is to actually obtain those CMAQ funds?
Yes.
And when we had our discussion, I don't know, it seems like a year ago, where we gave you direction in terms of first coming up with some options how to utilize those funds, and then when the board agreed for the most part to look at the purchase of electric cars, electric vehicles and stations, then you're going to start an RFP for that just to see what that was going to entail and how much of the funds were actually going to be eaten up by that. So
we've moved into a whole new purchasing season for vehicles. So whatever information we garnered, one, we can't use to actually purchase vehicles or charging stations. And so staff doesn't feel comfortable making a representation that we're going to have 40 grand left of that 200,000 when this is all said and done, or whatever that number would have been, because basically that time period is passed.
And so the last time we used CMAQ funds, I think several years ago, I think we supported the purchase of a lot of stations for recycle.
That's correct.
Which has been a very successful program. And so my question in terms of bringing this forth was, we're trying to figure out if there were going to be some dollars left over, because I know Recycle would like to add on some additional stations based on all their usage and demand.
Absolutely, and I think the WeCycle program's been a huge benefit to the community and pretty successful. The board saw the numbers from their first year, and their operations just about paid for themselves in that first year, which was a little bit surprising. I think that continuing that partnership would be a great opportunity for any funds that we have left over from this grant cycle or for any of the future grant cycles.
So do we have any idea in terms of the timing, December, first of the year?
I hope so. Honestly, we have to vet the RFP with CDOT at this point, just to make sure that we don't have a repeated error in that procurement process. Then we'll go out. That advertisement period's usually only about 3 weeks, but I think we're pretty close right now. I mean, we were really waiting for that IGA and to have that conversation with CDOT, and it all happened after a couple back and forth over 7 months, and it just happened last week. So.
Rachel. So our next allotment on this would be 2016.
Right, and so we'll actually probably be getting our letter in July. Yes.
Okay. Well, what I was going to suggest is I think it'd be great to examine this carefully and see if there's any way the CMAQ funds for 2016, not to upset what we've already done, might be able to be used as a contribution to the Glenwood Springs Bridge. And it just...
We'll vet that with CDOT and see if that money is available for that.
Yeah, if we were to allocate it that direction, it might be something for us to consider.
Steve? I've been following the electric vehicle market and availability and technology for a couple of years now, and every year it's growing by leaps and bounds. They're getting much better designs and a lot more choice in electric vehicles with a lot better battery life and all sorts of things. So it's not all bad if we had to wait a year to get some, get into electric vehicles, because maybe we can get something better next go around.
It's a good observation. That's actually one of the things that Jonah, our fleet manager, and I talked about this afternoon before I came, because he's been managing that part of the project, and he is actually really hopeful that these little iterative improvements that we're seeing that are really starting to mount up will benefit us by getting us into the newer stuff. So.
Rachel?
Different subject, but I need to let the board know in 3 sentences that having talked to CCI again this morning, they really don't believe there would be the support on the sanitation fees for on-site wastewater treatment systems because we're the only community bumping against the billing cap of costs you can recover. And I told him that we would be thoughtful about it, and we wanted the 152 broadband bill was our main bill to get going and to see that change, and the restaurant fees, which others are taking up. So we would withdraw the sanitation on-site wastewater treatment system issue, so there wouldn't be a lot of controversy there. And the cap was raised to 1,000. We are bouncing up against it, but we're the only ones bouncing against it, and so there's just not enough support in the other 63 counties to move that forward now. Brief update.
Restaurant fees are still in play?
Restaurant fees are still in play, and then, of course, the broadband bill. So, as we know with our own capacity to support these things through the process, it's good to have narrowed it down.
How about the paramedic?
The paramedic, I think we discussed it at the last meeting, but there's a nonprofit group called Coalition for the Medically Underserved. They've really been digging deep down into the issue and know what states are doing what and how they'd like to form some legislation. So CCI has suggested that we move that from their legislative plate to what we call Tier 2, where we're supporting other groups that are going forward with efforts. And should a bill be introduced, then we'll have a separate vote at that time to get CCI support of it going forward. People were interested but pretty unaware of the opportunities, and it seemed this other group would be the one to take it forward now. Okay.
Anything else we need to discuss today?
No.
Motion to adjourn?
Adjourned.
Great.
Okay, and we are out in Veterans Memorial Park.